happened in the monkey story?
Anoman. Yes, he made a promise to bring Cinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught, and flames rose. A huge fire.
He is a legend.
Yes, a man will always admire.
crown a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, also famous, #1 desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in, yeah, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to all the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate it to prove of how they love. They can bring me down, nah. They are jealous, a million my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it, cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved by a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over, no way, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over, and over, yeah. Champion, champion. This is me, I still on it, cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved by a champion, champion. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round, round a champion, yeah. All I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play.
What happened in the monkey story?
Anoman. Yes. He made a promise to bring Cinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught, and flames rose. A huge fire.
He is a legend.
Yes, a man will always admire.
happened in the monkey story?
Anoman. Yes, he made a promise to bring Cinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught, and flames rose. A huge fire.
A champion. I got tons of soul on my true collective ball. Famous, so famous, number one, desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in yeah, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to the world. This is me, I'm so royal. And you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. By a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up.
The final chapter begins in the North America Kings Arena as we step into the playoff stage. The arena battles are behind us and the road to the crown gets deeper from here. From 8 teams down to 4, the powerhouses of the America region remains, and some of those who fought through the chaos conquered the hill, dominating the stage and your heart. Now the stakes are even higher. Every fight matters and every win is just one step closer to claiming the throne. Welcome everyone to NAKA Season 1 playoff stage. I'm your caster Liz, joined alongside the wonderful private dancer.
That's right, it's a classic case of who wore it best, but since we already know the answer to that, we're gonna get on to the real competition here as the sun is setting on this amazing tournament with 4 teams left battling it out to see who can reign supreme.
Yeah, we'll find out today as we step into the arena stage and the playoffs. Looking at the tournament format, now we will see ourselves all best out of 3s for the first two matches, and then best out of 1s for the losers bracket, and then best out of 5 for the winners private.
Yeah, today we're gonna have a whole slew of matches here you see for the match 1, match 2 from the first round, then we'll move on to the losers bracket and then the losers final, which will be our amazing best of 5. So much action here tonight for all of these teams that are fighting for their chance at that prize pool.
Yeah, it's a little bit different from what we've seen so far in the arena stage, but total prize pool, as always, is $6,000 and 62,500 tokens. Now, for the previous weeks, every single week, BYL dominated and reigned supreme, and they are walking away for the whole prize pool of the weekly winners. So $3,000 and 30,000 tokens. But now, Private, we're entering into the playoffs, right? So all the 3 remaining teams still have a chance to claim something for themselves.
Yeah, that's exactly right. There's 4 teams left, 3 chances to win yourself some money there. You can see first place will be walking away with 2,000, second place with 700, and third place with $300. Not to speak about the immense amount of tokens there, 32,500 tokens spread about through the entire playoffs.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of tokens, and I heard some new collabs are here, new skins. Get yourself some Ultimate skin with that token, so I'm very jealous of the players, but this is their chance, right? So let's take a look at the schedule for today and the matches that we're going to be seeing in front of us. So first off, we have BYL versus Flash Smartdon, finally a rematch between the 2 teams, then N19 versus MNT, and whoever and depending on the results of these 2 series, we will have the losers semifinal and the winners final.
Yeah, it's going to be some amazing matches there. We already talked about it. Those first 2 matches will be best of 3s. The losers semi-final will be a best of 1. And then finally, capping off the night with what promises to be an amazing best of 5.
Yeah, we will see the matches go into the distance, hopefully. And for all of you guys watching at home, we have something special for you too. Now, looking at the screen, you will see a lot of codes once again. So make sure you take a screenshot of this maybe. And each code is guaranteed 1 skin box. So make sure you get your luck ready and pull your phones to secure one of these skins. Now, it's first come, first serve. So depending on the code that you type in, you have a chance to win one of these skin boxes. So if I were you, I would screenshot it right now.
Yeah, there's so many codes there. Like I said before, it's kind of first come, first serve. Start at the middle, start at the back, start at the front. Get yourself an amazing code there. So a little something for you guys to take home while we get ready to watch these teams duke it out.
Yeah, watching these teams duke it out will be a very exciting matches coming in front of us today. Let's take a look at the teams right now we see on screen. Private.
That's right, BYL, who have been nothing but dominant through the past 3 weeks, look to put that on the line here, bringing up the Clash lane. Zwishing will be next to 27, who will be in the jungle lane. Bringing up the mid lane will be Ice. On the roam position will be Zhuan, and in the farm lane will be Qing.
Yeah, that is the powerhouse of the Americas so far. And facing up against them, we will have Team Flat Smilodon, right? So for the Clash lane, we'll have Lily. For the jungle, we have Demon Cat. For the mid lane, we'll have Moaji. For the roam, we have KT. For the farm lane, we'll have Forest and Pelican on support, on standby.
Yeah, an amazing team, an amazing lineup. And here, I mean, honestly, these are actually 2 very strong teams. I'm amazed that we're going to have them right here as the first match, our first best of 3, which promises to be a very interesting clash up that we've seen, especially as these teams have been meeting so far.
Yeah, it's been a chaotic scene for the 2 teams, but let's see how these teams will perform once again up against each other, because this time it will be best out of 3. So draft is ready. Let's take a look at what the teams have in store for us, Private.
Yeah, one thing that I've when it comes to taking on a team like BYL, we've seen it throughout the past 3 weeks, holding steady at the top of the mountain here at the NAKA tournament, continually doing what they can to even sharpen their swords even better when it comes to agreeing with other teams that they want to do a global ban just to kind of make it a little bit more exciting for themselves, or just the pure domination. One thing you got to know when going up against a team like BYL is making sure your draft is good, your macro is good, your rotations are tight, and you understand when your power spikes are coming out, because BYL is a team that leaves nothing up to chance.
Yeah, just for clarification, we are going the standard ban in this tournament. So this match, the teams will have the chances to pick the heroes again, right? So speaking about the draft, for both sides, we see BYL picking out the Nuwa, a very dominating mid lane that we've seen so far in this tournament, and both sides ban out the early and the long, some powerhouse marksmen in this current meta, right? So looking at the draft, we see Dharma being let out. It's banned in a lot of matches, but I really like this pick paired up with the Mai as well.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a great early game coming from Flash Smilodon and a decent amount of setting potential. We are kind of lacking a little bit when it comes to damage from the first 3 picks, but I like the early game advantage. We don't want to try to let this pay pick from BYL roam free and to be able to kind of get around our jungle like they usually like to do, to kind of get him to that 8-minute mark, to get him to that 10-minute mark where he's been untouched and now is this formidable force. I see this like this is a great thing from BYL. some teams I would question. We don't really have that path in the early game. Nua takes a lot of items. Pei takes a lot of time to come online. Byron, he provides a little bit in the early to mid game, but you need that security when you're moving to get some of these picks to their power scales, to their power spikes that you need.
Yeah, I like the potential Donghwan pick. We haven't seen him in this tournament yet, but it is actually going to be potentially locked down, Private.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that we've actually kind of talked about a little bit when it comes to some of the assassins that kind of come out there. You get potentially, I think they're screwing with us though. Every single time I see a pick like this, a Donghuang, a Liang or something, and they're going to go ahead and they're going to land on it. So the good thing about this is like Donghuang, he really kind of specializes in that early game. First of all, being able to invade. He's very strong, very formidable foe. But the one thing that he really excels at is being able to lock down that one individual who can maybe be a little bit more slippery than you like, especially in the early game. So you got somebody like the Mai Shiranui out there just dodging everything and dashing through walls and stuff like that. You lock that person down. She doesn't have a big health pool, so you'll be able to take her down very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with the side of BOL, I feel like they are looking a little bit squishy if we get to the mid to late game. But early game, as you mentioned, I like the Donghwan picked up against the with the Pei, because Pei needs that early game aggression, right? It needs to dominate the map and get the farm that he needs to get to his power spike. So I like this combination, and also it does target out the assassin on the side of Flash Myrmidon. So we'll have to see how this pick plays out, and that will be our first Donghwan game of this entire tournament.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It's something that we're going to see here. He's got the advantage when it comes to kind of getting in there and locking down any of our squishy members, especially a Ying who really specializes in a lot of CC, a lot of being able to get in and out of situations. Here, if you lock them down with that Forsaken contract, it's going to be a wrap, especially if your team, as we've seen from BYL, is all on the same page.
Yeah, let's find out if the teams are all on the same page as we walk ourselves into the first match of today.
Yeah, it's going to be, I'm really actually excited about this. This N19 is one of those teams that I've felt has been a pretty big staple at the top of North America. They've actually shown a lot of promise, improved a lot when it came to a lot of their matches here. They've had some very epic games here in the last 3 weeks as well, only losing to small, minor mistakes. Here, I'm looking for them to kind of cover up those mistakes, lock them down, and kind of like, I want to say, heal all of those cracks that they've had in their armor, especially when taking on a team like BYL.
Yeah, an early rotation coming in from Mai, rotating down towards the farm lane, but a quick reaction coming in from the side of from the side of Chain as well as Juan.
Yeah, a little bit of an engagement there, a little bit saying hello, trying to press their advantage, see if they can kind of poke into the jungle, get some minions from the enemy. But I want to say BYL doing a great job kind of defending that, letting them know, yeah, they're going to fight for every piece of jungle that they have, make sure that they are in a good position to keep up that farm.
Yeah, the problem I see on BYL's draft is I feel like there are 3 carries in this game needing a lot of farm, right? The new one needs her items, the Slowborn Marksman needs to have at least 3 items come online, as well as the Pei needs so much gold. So this will be a tight economy for their side. So we'll have to see if Pei is actually able to get the farm that he needs, and also his teammates are able to get the gold that they need to come online.
Yeah, speaking of which, they automatically go ahead and initiate onto Juan. Oh, and turn it back around onto Liu Li, punishing them for that engagement. 80 going to go ahead and pounce his way back to his tower. That is 1 for the side of BYL. The only, I mean, you brought up that there's a lot of economy that is needed to kind of keep these guys held up there. Ooh, big pop-up comes up on to the side of Flash Smilet, and they are safe underneath their tower. But as I was saying, like when it comes to having some of these burst heroes, I mean, you get that little bit right in the beginning, in the early game, if you take advantage of it. A second thing too too is if you are not pressuring BYL, if you are not continually like trying to get into their face, into their jungle, getting kills on them, eventually you're gonna let the game slip by. You're gonna hit that 8-minute mark, that 10-minute mark, where they do start getting their items, where they do become this huge punishing force, and there's not gonna be a lot of your tanky front line that's gonna be able to sustain you.
Yeah, right now they are sitting at a comfortable 1K gold lead just at the early game at the 3-minute mark. So they're already getting more farm in and more kills on the side of BYL.
Yeah, you can see them right now, kind of getting a good fix on the map, resetting there. But constantly, this double team at the bottom. I want to say Schwan has been doing such a great job. Up here at the top, we have 3 members here into the bush. We do see that CC coming out from the Ying pick there. And Leoli down again. What a turnaround for BYL. Flash Smiley thinks they have the advantage. They dive into the bush underneath to try to get BYL, and Leoli gets taken out again.
I mean, they got the dive that they wanted, right? But not the results that they expected. It was so low and so close, but at the end of the day, BYL just came on top, and another kill goes to our powerhouse team.
Yeah, and it's almost like, I want to say, it feels almost like BYL is a step behind when it comes to some of these rotations, but it gives their team enough time to let Flash Smiley and kind of blow their spells, their abilities, and then you see BYL kind of making their way back up to the top lane. Now they can go against a foe that has used all of their abilities, who they can't escape, and gets taken out. And it's just the timing of these pushes is just a huge favor for BYL.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, every kill that they secure and every lead that they have, they are able to turn it into an advantage on their side. And now we're sitting at a 2,000 gold lead, 1 tower down on top, as well as actually the tower, Dharma actually took down the tower. So not a pretty good response for the side of Flash Smiley, but as we look at their team drafts, right, with the Mai towards the mid to late game, she starts falling off, right? And you have the new on the side, so you don't want them to get the farm that they need. And now a little clash happening in the mid lane, Private.
Yeah, I was just about to call out there. Swing almost walked into that bush and got very close, then immediately backed off, allowed the roam Swing to get into the bush to kind of call out as soon as they saw the enemy over there. And this is little things that we've seen other teams that get caught. Some of their squishier members face check the bushes, and it's those little things. Oh, we do have a contract out there, and down goes Leoli again. They are just farming the jungler for Flash Smiley at this point.
I mean, they are targeting the Ying, right? They understood the assignment. When you have a Doan, you want to maximize it and use it on the carry. And early game, Ying, as a jungler, you want to carry the game. And now she's going to walk away with no buffs.
Yeah, and that is super unfortunate, especially now. The team has to understand, Flash Smiley, and you need to understand that when a team like BYL with a Dong Huang is invading, like you can't just send one person after it. That's going to be an immediate lockup, a contract. Oh, nice. Truth Mantra comes out there, catches BYL on a little bit of a weak rotation to the mid lane and pick up a kill of their own, letting BYL know that they are still in this fight.
The light at the end of the tunnel for Flash Smiley on that I see will be the Don Juan, right? Towards the lane, one good setup, one good multi-man ulti, and just multi-man engage will help Flash Smiley get an advantage, right? Especially when the channel starts coming online. A good team fight could turn the game around.
Yeah, but Wes, we're looking at items. I thought Xing is actually starting, I want to say a 4.7 right now. You got 4.1 on the Chano. 80's doing the best job he can, but it's those little power skills. As soon as you get those triple stack items for BYL for that farm laner, you know BYL is going to start trying to push their engagement, push their luck into the jungle, more than they already are. You can see here, going ahead and trying to press into there. Big push does land onto Xuan. Oh, and another ultimate comes out, and the finish by Ice. Now continuing on their winning ways, 27 finds himself a kill, 2 down for the side of Flash Smiley, and now looking to press their way into that mid lane.
Yeah, the response from BYL, right? They have the Don Juan, so if you're not careful, and another kill goes to the side of BYL Private.
Yeah, I mean, they are a menace right now. As soon as they smell blood in there, you can't even rotate towards the mid lane. Waji tried to get in there, and immediately Xing on that farm lane is just absolutely dominating. You see they're going ahead and scooping themselves up a mid lane tower now.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like this whole tournament so far, we've seen the Flowborn marksman really come online, right? So many teams prioritize this Flowborn, and there's a reason for it, right? As long as she has 3 items, she's pretty dominant in the map, and also her late game damage is insane. So if you're able to scoop that up, and they have it on their side, BYL, so it's already starting to look like it's being troublemaking in this map.
Yeah, and just the confidence you could see there by Xing, just going to go ahead and dash forward into the enemy before her team was even in a position. They were waiting for the enemy to try to jump onto that Flowborn so that they could go ahead and get the flank there. Right now, 6-1, 29K to 23. BYL in a very dominant position here. You see Ice go ahead, teleport in. They might have got another caught onto Leo Lee, who is down for the count. 7-1. Finally, Flash Mylodin might have a little bit of momentum to be able to take and press into this mid lane. Just kidding. Big flank incoming from BYL. They try for a little bit of a setup there coming from KT. It does not land, and the damage from the side lane coming from that Flowborn marksman. Pelican running for the hills, looking for an escape, and gets taken down by Ice.
Oh, that is cruelty on its own. And look at the damage shredding the health bar down just by some basic attack coming from Chain, right? So at this point of the game, she's already doing so much damage. And just one after one, the side of Flash Mylodin just gets taken down. And as a jungler, Luli is not having a great time this game. And honestly, like every jungler, especially if you're an assassin, will have to be really careful around something like the Donghwan.
Oh yeah, I mean, and the Xuan has just been such an asset right now. He knows what his mark is. He doesn't allow Leo Lee to kind of get out there with that ultimate to kind of CC the team. He immediately goes in, and we were talking about it earlier. There's a lot of damage on this team for BYL. Where if somebody gets frozen, if somebody gets stunned, there's not a lot of headway. As you can see them bursting down this Tyrant as well. There's not really a lot that you can do, especially in the 3 seconds. Ooh, actually somebody got a little bit caught there. Is that going to be enough? Down goes Xuan. Now the team turning around there. They're going to be able to find a kill onto Waji. A big stun come with the truth mantra. Is it going to be enough? No. Down goes Pelican. 80 is down as well. Running for the hills. Leo Lee living to tell the story alongside KT.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing a different game this time, right? BYL completed domination up against Flash Mylodin, a team that gave them some trouble in the first week on the weekends, right? So we've seen them bring the matches to distance, but this time it looks like BYL is playing a completely different game.
Oh, yeah. Now they're going to go ahead and try to put some damage into the tower there. We do see, oh, Mwaji does find a kill, but gets taken down immediately. That signals to BYL that they're going to need to disengage from this fight. And with that, they're going to go ahead and take some minions from the side of Flash Mylodin.
A little bit of breathing room, but look at the gold difference, right? 9K gold difference at the 11-minute mark. And right now, there's just not enough that the side of Flash Mylodin can do at this point.
Yeah, they're trying to go ahead, take down this Overlord. They're going to be able to get it. It's going to give them a little bit more breathing room, but caught in the middle of this fight is that Wishing had a huge amount of damage. He's not going alone. He says, you're trapped in here with me. He actually might be able to get away. 4 on 1. Wishing able to stand and hold the line while BYL came from across the map.
I mean, the amount of heal, the amount of regen that he had was just a few dances around, and now he's just not able to be shut down right now.
Yeah, the rotation of his skills and being able to kind of make sure he had a lot of that sustaining power. He's able to get right into the fray of them so that he's getting the maximum amount of health regen now, pushing their way into the top high ground tower. You do see KT catches one into the back line, looking for a truth mantra. Pelican gets caught and CC'd down. That is a 2 high grounds down for the side of Flash Smilodon. 1 left, but they do, unfortunately, BYL have to answer this overlord coming to their base.
Yeah, but honestly, I don't blame Pelican for diving in, right? He needs to find sneaky plays back into the game. His team weren't able to follow up, but at this minute mark, there's a huge goal difference, right? So, I mean, look, Private, 1 kill down, finally.
Yeah, you're wishing maybe a bit off a little bit more. I think this time they understood. They're like, all right, we need to actually CC him down. We can't just allow him to swing on our team, get all that health back, get that shield back. So they actually put him into a little bit of a mini coma there, and the rest of the team kind of turned around. 13-4 right now, though. Still maintaining their 10K gold lead is a BYL.
Yeah, maintaining their 10K gold lead, maintaining that momentum that they've had throughout this game, right? And at this point, some flashes happening, but not enough damage and not enough that Flash Smilodon can do to come back.
Ooh, yeah. Oh, and you see they do go ahead, find Schwan, and then an answer back immediately onto Mwaji. The rest of the team, Flash Smilodon running for the hills, down to 50%. In comes the big, heavy firepower from Ice. Big teleport there, but does not find a mark. More or less, I want to say, used to kind of scare off the rest of Flash Smilodon. This is going to give BYL an opportunity to take a free Tyrant.
Yeah, at the price of a support, right? And in trade for Mwaji. And at this point in the game, there's not enough that Mwaji can do as a Mei and at this point in the game, right? So another Tyrant goes in for BYL at the 14-minute mark, unable to close the game yet. So there might still be some hope left for Flash Smilodon.
Yeah, and the amazing thing here has been, like, every single time it looks like there's a little bit of hope left for Flash Smile. Oh, speaking of which, there we have a big CC coming onto the back line of BYL. They are able to take down Mwaji, down trying to answer back. Ice and Ching are down 27. Now they're running for the hills. BYL trying to disengage here as Flash Smilodon put the boots to them. Wishing, look at the health on this boy. Battling 3 members, taking down 80, looking for another kill on the mark. Still more shield on him. The health regen taking him to the streets. Pelican trying to get away, trying to disengage. KT doing the best he can to peel for his team member. And there's the man, the myth, the legend, Jay Wishing. They cannot take him down. 3 more members coming in. More CC and pop-ups on to the back line. Jay Wishing now looking to disengage here, maybe biting off a little bit more than he could chew. You can see the CC coming in, shielding onto him. He uses the flash, able to find himself a disengage.
I mean, he chewed, right? So he's able to actually chew a lot, and that's what happens when you don't have something to build that venom stab and build that anti-heal. Because looking at the side of BYL, right, Jawishin alone is unable to be stopped.
Yeah, I mean, he's a one-man wrecking crew being able. Ooh, a nice steal coming in there from Flash Smilodon. Are they going to be able to capitalize here by getting maybe some kills? Looks like it's getting turned around on there. KT and Pelican are down for the count. The rest of the team looking for a disengagement. Down goes 80. That is a complete team wipe for BYL. And are they going to be able to use this? They actually lose the Dragons, but they actually might be able to close this up with 20 seconds on the board.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, a full team wipe, right? Minions on their side, so this should be enough to close down the game. A decisive victory on the side of BYL. Congratulations. That's the first game of our series for playoff stage.
Wow, and man, out there making a name for himself here. BYL on the shoulders of a G Wishing here, 2-1-12, had earned that MVP there.
Yeah, very deserving of its name. The MVP goes to Jawishin. The amount of just sustain that he's able to provide for his team, the tanky boy, he is definitely a winning factor for the side of BYL.
Yeah, I'm actually a little curious to see. I know that Mwaji was able to pick up the venomous staff. I don't know if the rest of the team had anti-heal. It doesn't really look like. Oh, wow. Yeah, it was basically just the moment Mwaji went down, it was just going to be Jay wishing party there. So, and that's unfortunate. That's why he was able to sustain, why he was able to kind of continue getting all of that health back, is that there was just one person that they were counting on, Mwaji, who isn't even really the greatest applicator of an anti-heal for your team. So, man, what a great game played by BYL here. You can see the domination when it comes to the macro and the gold on the board.
Yeah, throughout the early game, all the way to the late game, they have been at an advantage. N19 did try their best to kind of come back from that. The Flash Smite-On did try their best to come back from that. They had some successful team fights, but unable to finish off the Jewishing the man himself. So that's kind of what happens when you rely so much on like assassin, a battle mage like the Mai to carry that venom staff. I don't think she is, like you said, the best item carrier. So when that happens and you're up against a team like BYL and Jewishing, there's not much you can do, right?
I think they read that situation very well too. Even if you played a perfect game, you start off with the Mai Shiranui getting that venomous staff. Your Lapu ends up getting the anti-heal item that they get for the tanks and everything. And you kind of go from there. You allow your tank to kind of get in the middle of a lot of these fights to kind of start building on those stacks of anti-heal. The problem here is they had like I said, one person, and once that person goes down, the Mai Shiranui, she's pretty mobile, so she wants to come in, get that hit, and then she's gonna be on her way out. And you're not really sticking around. You're not really applying more and more stacks. And once she's down, you have nothing left on the team. And you could see there the strength of a Byron pick.
Yeah, I mean, they made some good plays for themselves, Flash Smite-On, but ultimately at the end of the day, BYL just made a case for themselves with this very decisive first game.
Yeah, a great game, very dominant, and it really kind of showed in the draft. We were talking about it from the beginning, the big amount of damage that they had in it, and then Dong Huang, which we don't often see, able to lock down some of the squishier members from that draft.
Yeah, honestly, I think Donghwan is a pretty good pick as long as you're able to kind of work as a team and understand how to what your advantage is in the early game. Because Donghwan is actually very dominating the early game. It helps your jungler prevent an invade, and also it helps your jungler to invade if that is what you guys decide to do, right? So Donghwan match played at a textbook level. So congratulations for the side of BYL.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what else we have. At night, as we've seen, Flash Smite-On has not been a pushover team. They can take their lickings and come back to adjust their draft a bit. It wasn't completely out. And what I do like about their team is being able to see that even when they're pressed against underneath their base, instead of just sitting there and slowly allowing the team to kind of choke them out, you saw them trying to make these plays. Dharma diving into the back line. He's like, I'm going to try something here. And that's, for me, I love seeing that from teams. It's like, all right, you're getting choked out. Either you allow them everything to go black, or you just start throwing stuff at the wall and try to see what sticks.
Yeah, let's see what sticks in the second game as we walk into the draft.
Well, I'm excited here. I can't wait to see now with, I think they're actually going to be on the same sides. No. It's actually going to be switched up. Flash Smite-On is going to be on the left side. I see Mwaji there as well. So they're going to go ahead and take off some of these, some of the picks actually that they went with in the first round, or in the first match, taking out that Dharma, taking out the Mai Shiranui, a lot of that early game potential. Maybe, and this is something I was kind of looking at, especially when you scoop up two heroes that do a lot of CC, that don't really have a ton of damage in that early game. And that's something you really need to be careful of. For me, BYL, they have just shown a great and huge, deep understanding of the game, of every single hero and where it fits in. I'm a constant believer that no matter what kind of draft you have out there, the heroes are so deep in Honor of Kings that there's a counter out there somewhere. There's a draft that can flip it upside down. We just saw them pull out the Dong Huang, especially when it comes to heroes like Mai Shiranui, like the Ying, as as well, so that you can lock them down while with their small health pools, while they're so mobile, they can get they can get taken down as well here. I like the pickups here. We got the Lady Shen. We've got the Ogren pickup from BYL. You're going to have a nice AoE, I want to say suppressive fire, a nice AoE laid out by Mwaji, and then you're gonna, which will allow hopefully Leoli on this Ogren to kind of like sit in the middle, do the damage that they need to be able to kind of come out victorious.
Yeah, I was gonna say the minute that I saw Flowborn Tank getting pulled out, I kind of imagined a potential pick to be Lady Jen, especially when you're gonna pick up the odd one. You don't want Lady Jen to go in the hands of the opponent team, right? So that's what we've seen in the previous game as well. For Flash Smite-On, they kind of picked out the Mai and that Dharma, right? So with that being picked out, I kind of feel like that was almost by picking it is kind of a ban of its own, right? So this game they decided not to go that strategy. They decided to pick the heroes that they want to pick, but as a response, right, they pick up the Lady Jen. So I think it's really good a hero to have in your pocket when you are playing the odd one, when the opponent team have what they have on in the tank role.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to hopefully seeing a little bit of early game coming out from Flash Smilodon to kind of offset the dash out that we have out here. What you do know is that when she can put down that ultimate, the Eye of the Whirlpool, basically you're basically just a walking teleport for your entire team. So your entire team could be at one point. If they realize that the enemy's at another place, you can immediately teleport them all there. Here we're picking up, at least we're dancing on. Yeah, I was about to say we're dancing on a little bit of CC there. Haven't made our decision for what we're going in. I believe this will be the roam position, but it's going to be interesting because you've got this need for Flash Smilodon to kind of keep in a nice tight group, allow Mwaji to put down that AoE, allow Leoli to kind of get front and center to get these groupings, these matches up. But on the side of BYL, you've got this understanding that we've got this one rogue, Dachau that can be anywhere on the map, and wherever she is, potentially you have the entire team threat coming with that ultimate, the Eye of the Whirlpool.
Yeah, we've seen Dachau played once in this tournament, I think, but also in the mid lane role, right? So some unconventional synergy that we've seen in normally in a ranked scene. So this right now, looking at BYL's draft, they're lacking a little bit in the damage tournament, but they still have the late game carry, the marksman left open, right? So there's some options available. There is the Chano that they that is still available for grab. So it does look like Chano is their first choice at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the Flowborn, they got a decent amount of CC when it comes to the Flowborn tank. You've got some decent damage with Futsi. I want to say Dachau, she does all right damage. She's mostly, for me, when I think about Dachau, I think about the amount of CC, the pop-ups, the transportation of your entire team. I feel like this is more or less like a micro-intensive type of composition from them. Oh, and we're going to go ahead and pick up the HoK for the Ching.
I mean, absolutely, right? You mentioned the macro potential with this lineup. So with the Dachau in mind, you're kind of going for a playmaking mage role, right? So damage is not her strength, but then the amount of playmaking potential that she has and offers a team will be very exciting to see. And paired with the HoK, HoK is actually really great towards the late game in terms of damage. So that kind of closes the gap that they're missing on the damage department, and a global ultimate. So that's going to provide a lot of usefulness throughout the game. So let's see how the teams play out as we go into the second game of the series.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see how this HoK performs out there for Xing. HoK is one of those heroes that you could be annoyed on one hand because he's so easy to play. He doesn't really have any kind of like escapes, and you just kind of stand and shoot. But then when you add that to the fact that when you see some of these great tier players play him using that Burning Sun arrow, hitting shots and stuns from across the map that they should not of all likely be able to hit, and it just adds another level to this character that allows him to kind of linger maybe not at the top of the farm lane meta, but still a huge threat once he gets farmed if you're not able to close the distance on him, if you're not able to get to that back line. So immense pressure here already. You can see that they're trying to, KT doing his best to try to keep the pressure onto this bottom lane. HoK does pick up that small minion though.
Oh, but it does look like KT got the little trap there, so it is very quick responses from both teams. I was actually watching the battle in the top lane right now before the camera swapped. So both teams are looking to secure every little possible objective that they can get.
Both teams, I want to say, at least trying to play here, they do the damage to each other. Now they're in the bush just waiting, baiting for the other person to kind of come in, do some, to try to, oh, actually, Pelican might be in a little bit of trouble here. Oh, 3 members, V3, Ice hiding in the bush, looking for an opportunity to kind of get in there, gets frozen. KT from the backside and the flank actually surprises BYL. They do have to back up. That's going to allow Flash Smilodin to go ahead, pick up that teleport.
Yeah, so both teams are playing a much more careful game, I would say, in this game. Right now, looking pretty even across the map. Nothing major to happen yet.
Ooh, nice stun coming out there from KT, doing a great job with a lot of those on that Motzi. The big problem here, though, right now is I don't see a lot of aggression. I like to see more aggression when it comes to Liuli on this Oghren, invading, taking jungle, forcing a lot of these fights, because Oghren does start to fall off once we start getting those items. We've seen already BYL does a great job when it comes to itemization, getting the Venomous Staff, getting that blazing cape, getting all the items that they need to be able to kind of really break into a lot of these tankier front lines.
Yeah, I think both sides need to build that Venomous Staff, right? Both sides need to have the items ready because they're both looking pretty tanky. I would say we kind of slept on the Foodsie, right? So towards the late game, Foodsie, it will be a menace across the map. So we'll have to see how it's played out.
Yeah, if you let him alone, he's one of those 1v1ers who can do really, really well. The big problem here is you've got Pelican on a Charlotte who can really kind of dash through a lot of his abilities, negate a lot of the standing still, kind of like standing in your face and throwing punches type of style that Footsie really likes. We're going to see if that kind of goes along as we start getting into the later game, when we get out of that laning phase, when teams are forced. Ooh, a nice little block there by Xing to go ahead and cover the escape.
Yeah, covering this game, still not an aggressive team fight coming in yet in this game so far, but the objectives are about to spawn in just about 10 seconds. So, oh, something happened in the mid lane, Private. Yeah,
we got a little bit of an engagement there. We do see the teleport coming in for the side of BYL. This is what we were already talking about with Ice on that Dachau there. Going to come in there now, enforcing their will. They're going to rotate down to bottom, looking for a great positioning on this first Tyrant, going down to about 50%, looking for an angle to try to get in here, and still picked up Leo Lee, very confident, able to secure that first Tyrant. A great job by Flash Smilodin here in the early game, but are they able to transition this into something, getting into the jungle, getting a tower, or being able to get more than just the objective? Still a killless game for both of these teams so far, and not looking, I want to say not looking like in anybody's favor just yet. But what we've seen from BYL is that they know how to play the waiting game. They know how to be patient. They know how to ensure that they get those power spikes that they need. And the longer you allow them to maneuver around, to move around the jungle, to move around the map, the harder it's going to be for you in the mid to late game. A little bit of pressure here at the mid tower for Flash Smilodin, and they return to going into their jungle to try to keep up that macro. Now, as we continue here at the bottom lane, you see Ice there doing some great jobs when it comes to rotating. And that's another great thing that BYL does, is making sure that they are rotating around the map, making sure that they have that little bit of pressure at the bottom that they need. Ooh, Burning Sun arrow goes out. Ooh, catches Oghren, but I'm not sure if that's a target you wanted. Taken down to about 50%. You see the cannon blast coming out from KT to ensure the escape of his team member. And this is kind of the value I was talking about having having a HoK on your team. Xing there doing great jobs, kind of sending out that stun with that burning sun arrow, catches Liuli with that Ogren, and the team kind of pounces on him. That's probably one of the tankiest characters that you have on Flash Smilodon. They were able to burst him down to 25%. Now imagine that arrow had hit anybody else on the team, and you're looking at a kill for the side of BYL. Now both teams going to go ahead, reset on the map, still 0-0 apiece. Even with that first objective, it kind of looks like BYL starting to slip ahead of only by about 200. Now they're going to go ahead, start up on this Overlord, and free of a charge. I don't even know if Flash Smilodon knew that they were on it. They finished it up quickly there. Cannon Blast goes out. Now the rest of Flash Smilodon looking to possibly push into mid. They decide against it as we move down to the lower lane.
Oh, that is so close. Just sliver of hell. No, actually, that's to fly away. And whoa, is this too deep?
What a bait! But you lose a member anyway. A great bait there coming out from 80. Draws out Chuan, but uses the infinite vastness, and then immediately KT comes in with the box to stun him underneath the tower. We do try to answer it back there. One more down. Ice actually gets taken down, so there's actually 2 for 1 there for Flash Smilodon. But a very, I want to say that's just one of those. They look so juicy. He's like, I'm just gonna go ahead and flash forward, and immediately came the infinite vastness and the box from KT.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was kind of a mistake on the side of BYL, but right now looking like Flash Smilodon trying to dive private.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead underneath this tower. We're going to go ahead and enforce and push their will when it comes to this macro. That's going to be a first tower coming for them. But in answer, you can see already up at the top, Wishing on this Foodsie, going to go ahead with that dragon, push onto the top tower to answer it back. Unwillingly, BYL is looking for a disengagement. Infinite Vastness is out. Look at the damage coming out from the side of BYL. Dragon is out. Liuli looking for an escape, and down goes Loom. 3 members down for the side of Flash Smilodon. Just like that, BYL able to turn it around 2-4.
I mean, 80 found the success in the first time escaping with his dragon actually getting a kill, right? But this time, the luck was not on his side. And looking at BYL, I mean, the Jewishing was just standing there in the bush. He knows that he was seen. He did not even decide to move an inch. And the moment that Flash Smilodon walked into him, he was able to make a play.
Yeah, and it's a really interesting here that, Flash Smilodon did a great job trying to defend the tower, but the moment, this is the difference when it comes to these fights, these kills, the moment BYL gets those kills underneath their belt, they don't just get the kill, they get a tower. They're entering Flash Smilodon's jungle. They're taking buffs. There's just so much when it comes to these engagements than finding somebody out and finding the, luckily finding somebody out. And I feel like that's the biggest difference when it comes to, when it comes to some of these engagements. Zhuan diving a little deep there. I was kind of concerned, but able to kind of reach back to his team there. What I was saying was that like the engagements that BYL does, they feel purposeful, not just because they see somebody caught out, but because they see an opening that could get them a tower, that could get them into the jungle. Whereas it feels like Flash Smilodon, they're hoping that they can find somebody that can catch them. They occasionally they do get the kills. They do maybe get one of those baits, but they're not able to turn it around into an objective. Did they just pass Jay Wishing in that bush? There's no way. They do not know he's in there. He's going to come in, look for it, and the steal coming from Ching. Can they turn this around, though? 2 members popped up and taken, looking for an escape from the side here. Ching with the flash forward, picks up a kill, looking for another one. Now all hands on deck, trying to put the damage on the Mwaji. Are they going to be able to find? Oh, yeah, Mwaji's not going to be able to get out of this. He has to turn around into that bush. And Ching with another pickup. 4 down for the side of Flash Smilodon.
I mean, a rampage for the side of BYL. I mean, they might not even look to go back to that Overlord right now. Xuan is right now. They're just looking to kind of push in with this wave, right? They have no fear in walking into enemy territory, and as you mentioned, they have a plan, right? They have a strategy, and they're executing it perfectly.
Yeah, and now the jungle is wide open from Flash Smiled and BYL doing what they need to take away these buffs. Trying to look like he's just hoping that somebody can come in and try to take that bait. And right now, unfortunate for Flash Smiled, they're forced to turtle up. But what we've seen from them before is they're not going to kind of take this lightly. They're going to at least try something, try to get out there and see if they can catch somebody or turn this around, which is unfortunate right now. You're looking at about a 9K gold lead by BYL.
Yeah, another 9K gold lead coming into this game. Early game, they did a lot better, right? Everything was more even towards the early game, but now at this point of the game, once again, they are at a disadvantage. But on this time, they have the Mwaji, right? So towards the late game, they have the Mwaji. They have they have 80 on that loan, so they have what it takes to have a comeback. But are they able to sustain themselves until that point of the game?
Well, the problem for me is that there's a lot from this team. Ooh, actually, we do have a little bit of an engagement there. We do have the Eye of the Whirlpool down. The rest of the teammate is starting to teleport in here, now cutting off their escape. Oh, from the back end, Ice is down. Pelican doing a great job on that Charlotte to be able to dash their way into the back line, find that squishy mage, and take them down. 4 to 8 right now. Still a lot of pressure being mounted at the bottom lane here. Cannon Blast goes a little wide. You can see Xing there. Oh, looking for some damage, and down goes Leoli. Tried to go out there, didn't have the backup of the rest of his team, and a successful kite there from Xing, able to back up. Down goes Pelican on that Charlotte. We do have the infinite fastness out there as well. KT next on the chopping block as 80 tries to get himself some healing back at the base. This could be it for BYL, raining down damage and a clean sweep for the top of the mountain in the NAKA tournament. BYL continue their reign.
I mean, they are the king of the hills. 3 weeks for a reason, right? BYL just getting a clean sweep up against Flash Smilodon, and now they have set comfortably once again as at the top spot as the winner. So congratulations for the side of BYL, but well played for Flash Smilodon.
Man, and you can see here Xing on that HoK 7-0-3. Just doing a great job when it came. A lot of these engagements for the side of Flash Smilodon. They saw it coming from the front. They tried to engage at one angle. The problem is, I feel like Xing in a lot of those engagements was doing a great job of getting around, getting to the flank, really getting to those back lines. We even saw him flash in to be able to take down Pelican, to take down some of the tankier members of the team. So a great job here, BYL, understanding how these engagements were going to unfold and being able to find their way around it, navigate around it to find those chinks in the armor.
Yeah, I mean, despite being a marksman, we actually see HoK take down a lot of damage and not getting killed even once. So look at this gold difference, right? So early game, as we mentioned, is pretty even. Both sides are playing it very careful, but the minute that Flash Smilodon starts losing their grip, right? The minute that they start to lose kills, to lose team fights, BYL really capitalized on that and turned every little advantage and every little lead into what ultimately gave them a win.
Yeah, so great job. And you're absolutely right. No deaths by Xing there as well. So that means that they weren't able to even get to, for somebody like a HoK who has no escapes, has no dashes, has no real survival, doesn't have an infinite vastness that turns him into a dragon that allows him to get away. Just shows how well he was doing when it came to the placement on a lot of those fights too.
Yeah, I think one of the most important things for a farm lane player is your positioning and understanding how to deal so much damage while keeping yourself safe, because you don't always have the peel of your support, right? So well played for both teams. Now let's take a look at the standings, what we're looking at right now.
Yeah, very excited to see BYL moving forward. Like I said, Flash Smileden, it's hard to tell from matches like that because of how well BYL manages their draft, their macro, their rotations. Flash Smileden, I don't think we've seen the last of them. I think there's still life left in them in this tournament to lick their wounds and move forward. BYL, though, on their continued winning ways, I believe they're actually undefeated when it comes to series thus far. So we'll see if they can kind of continue on with that momentum. Still to come, N19 to take on Midnight Thieves. And I know people are excited to see that.
Yeah, people are definitely excited. I mean, N19 made a name for themselves last week, right? They are actually made it to as the challenger last week. Ultimately, weren't able to win against BYL, but this gave them another chance, right? We're now in the playoff stage, so everything starts fresh once again, and I'm excited to see what the next two teams have in store for us.
Yeah, it's going to be a clash here for the North American Kings Arena. We've already done when it comes to the weeks leading up to here where each team gets 1,000. We are rounding down to the end of the chapter here to see who will reign supreme.
Yeah, we'll find out who will reign supreme as we take a short break. So guys, be ready. We'll come back just shortly.
Grandpa, what happened in the monkey story?
Anoman. Yes, he made a promise to bring Cinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught, and flames rose. A huge fire.
He is a legend.
Yes, a man will always admire.
What happened in the monkey story?
Anoman. Yes, he made a promise to bring Cinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught, and flames rose. A huge fire.
He is a legend.
Yes, a man will always admire.
What happened in the monkey story?
Anoman. Yes, he made a promise to bring Cinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught, and flames rose. A huge fire.
And with that, we are back, everyone. This is the first day of the playoff stage. Very exciting matches happening today. I'm your caster, Liz, joined alongside by Private.
Hey, what's going on, ladies and gentlemen? We just got done with our first series of the night, but it doesn't mean that's going to be our most exciting. Still more to come here as we kind of wish around to see who will be the next king of the arena here for our very first opening NAKA tournament.
Yeah, let's take a look at the bracket for the playoff stage. We just had the BYL versus the Flash Smino match, with BYL reigning supreme and holding their spot as the top team right now in this tournament. And they will be playing up against whoever wins in this matchup, N19 versus Midnight Thieves, in the winner's final that will happen later in the day. And moving down into the bracket will be Flash Smino. They have one more chance in the loser's semifinal up against whoever loses in the matches between N19 and Midnight Thieves.
Yeah, you can see here N19 taking on Midnight Thieves will be our next series. Speaking of which, let's go ahead, take a look at that first roster for N19, who made a pretty big name for themselves those last 3 weeks, having some great and competitive matches. B tier mid will be bringing up our Clash lane. Fred will be on the jungle. The mid lane bringing up by Sui. I believe that will probably be Pigwin, who has pretty much been making a big name in that mid lane for the side of N19. The roam position will be brought up by Ayaka, and farm lane brought up by Kevin.
Yeah, very strong team, but not to disprove Midnight Thieves. They are also a very exciting team coming in from the North America region. Lost in the sauce for the Clash lane, SCV in the jungle, Team Oclara on the mid lane, Asherance in the support, and Super Makoko in the farm lane, and Loh just standing by.
Loch, very interesting name to go by there. Midnight Thieves kind of came in, I want to say, after the qualifiers for the NAKA tournament, and have been a pretty stalwart to come up against some very fierce competition. Like I said, I don't mind when I see teams like kind of learning the ropes, trying to do what they can. It's a high jump when you come up to this level of competition here at the top of North America. BYL have really just been holding that banner, but the rest of the teams learning, and the growth that we've seen from a lot of these teams here throughout the last 3 weeks has been immense. Maybe looking to see if Midnight Thieves have a little something in the tank to finally be able to overcome N19.
Yeah, definitely growth and a lot of excitement for everyone watching and for the teams. Now, you guys at home, pull out your phones right now because we have another giveaway for you. Looking at the screen, you will find once again a charade of codes. So make sure you take out your phone and type one of these codes in, because each code will give a chance to the skin bots, but it is first come, first serve. So whichever code might be your lucky winner today, make sure to type it in and secure yourself one of these skin boxes. We have a lot on the screen, a lot to jot down, but a lot of giveaways in store for us.
Yeah, if you'd like a real challenge, maybe go ahead, try to memorize those codes and enter them by heart. So we'll know if you take a screenshot. So keep it fair.
Yeah, keep it fair as Private takes a screenshot on his phone right now, and make sure to pull that in into your phones. So we'll also have more giveaways in store for you guys, so make sure you tune into the tournament, keep watching us. And also right now there are very exciting skins in HoK. So we know that the Ultraman collab is right now out. So I want to get my hands on to that. So make sure you guys do that as well. Now, draft is ready for this series. So the first game between N19 versus Midnight Thieves.
Yeah, and like we said, very excited to see what Midnight Thieves will be taking out here against N19. N19 have shown a very strong presence when it comes to their drafts. We've talked a little bit with them on what they do to kind of shape up to make sure that they can be the team that they need to be able to possibly dethrone teams like BYL or other top North American teams here. We can see a big focus from Midnight Thieves here on that mid lane, taking out the Mai Shiranui, taking out the Gan and Mo. While on the side of N19, we see the Zhang Fei and the Chicha taken out of the board.
Yeah, still a lot of picks available, right? I don't know the Gan and Mo ban. It might be a target ban up against the N19, but there are some other options available, right? They do have the Nuwa, who has proved to be a little bit more successful and reliable in the mid lane compared to something like Gamma, while providing a similar level of damage and support for the team. And it does look like Nuwa is the first pick that's going to be going in the hands of Midnight Thieves. That might be why they ban out the Gan and Mo.
Yeah, and so I mean, for me, the big thing has always been when it comes to teams that might not be as comfortable when it comes to the draft or certain aspects, I like to see maybe a little bit of focus on that early game, something to help secure it. The problem when it comes to some of these mages, these heroes that need a little bit more items, a little bit more time to take off, is that while you're doing that, you have a team like N19 who knows how to really take advantage of that early game, really able to kind of suppress on there. You see Pigwin, I believe this is one of his favored pickups. I think when we talked about it before, the Angela pickup.
Yeah, we did. When we spoke with N19, they did mention that Pigwin, one of his signature heroes, is the Angela. Although not as a meta pick right now, but she is crazy, especially when you get to level 4. The amount of annoyance that she brings to the Enema team will be something to deal with.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how well they do with it. I mean, Angela isn't a terrible pickup. You've got the maneuverability. It depends. I'd like to see maybe something on the side of Midnight Thieves that can kind of get the flank. Really punish an Angela for like really kind of throwing her load forward when you got that stun, when you've got that ultimate kind of coming out there. You want to be able to kind of get to the side, be able to really punish them if they don't if they use that ultimate in the wrong direction.
Yeah, I do want to point out, it seems like B-Tournament has locked out the Yango, a new clashing fighter in HoK, at least a global server, right? So it will be possibly the first time we've seen her in this current tournament. It was released not too long ago in March, so very exciting to see how she's played.
Yeah, we'll see. And we do have the Neza pickup by the side of N19. So you're going to have a nice, decent amount of, I want to say, ability to close the distance throughout the map, especially with that ultimate from him, who does really a great job kind of scanning around. And there's not much you can do to stop him. You just kind of have to allow him to kind of get to the back line, and hopefully you're able to punish him if you are Midnight Thieves. But a team like N19 who understands that when that ultimate goes out, that they have to be ready to kind of pounce. So we'll see if they can keep up with their heroes here.
Yeah, I mean, very exciting to see. Also, the Kaiser, we haven't seen it so much in this current tournament, but still a very viable pick right now. Toronto on the side of N19, a pretty balanced draft, I would say, on the side, but they definitely picked out the Yango that is a high difficulty hero. It was in the Honor of Kings Chinese server for the longest time. So I'm excited to see how it's actually played out in this global server. It's not released too soon again, but it takes a lot of skill to master that hero. So maybe some of these players have experience with the hero, so we'll have to see how they actually play it right now in our tournament.
Yeah, it might be a little bit of a mystery. Might be one of those little ace cards that you can pull out that not a lot of people are too familiar with the hero to be able to kind of really counteract it. It's going to be a big case for Midnight Thieves here to see how well they can kind of adjust under pressure for a skilled character like that.
Yeah, especially you haven't played up against him too much, so we'll have to see if they have the answer ready up against something like that. So it'll be a very exciting matchup. I feel like I have a sense that this hero will come into the scene a little bit more throughout the games today, so I'm excited to see that. Now, this game is ready, so let's walk ourselves into the map and see what the players have for us.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the first match of a best of 3. Midnight Thieves taking on N19. Winner will be moving on to round 2. Loser will be moving on to our losers bracket to take on a Flash, a Smilodon. Here we see a little bit of pressure at the mid lane. Nothing too serious. Both teams doing an equal amount when it comes to kind of making sure that they are putting that pressure onto mid. You just see a little bit of information there gathered by Ferd from N19, went ahead already into the enemy jungle there to get that information, make sure his team understands where the jungler is starting.
Yeah, so I mean, we don't normally expect a jungler to do that job, but definitely Nuja was making the information known for his team. Now, for everybody watching at home, we have a giveaway for you on the screen to 100 Dragon Crystals. So make sure, this is just one code, right? So make sure you type that code in and secure yourself a chance to win 100 Dragon Crystals.
Yeah, a little pressure here down at the bottom. Doesn't look like Shiranui, Shinari is taking the bait, doing a good job of hiding underneath the tower. Kind of not trying to get a little bit too far. You can see 2 members here. Penguin, Ayaka, does read out the situation, so is going to back up back underneath their tower. Unfortunately, a lot of pressure here at the bottom, and doesn't look like Midnight Thieves able to answer elsewhere on the map. A little bit of a rotation here coming from them down to mid, but no worse for wear. Looking for a little bit of an engagement here. Man, look at the pressure for Shinari here. Now they're going to dive underneath the tower, and that, unfortunately, you did see the teleport coming out. Forever comes down, reads the situation, but is just a hair's length too late. Now from the top, you can see a big clash now happening. Ford in trouble, getting beat down. Is he going to be able to find himself and escape? Look at that. Like, it has to be like a breath of health left in him, and still able to read the situation, understand what damage he can take, and gets away. Still a little bit of engagement up at top, but they're backing off. Does look like Lost in the Sauce is going to have to disengage.
Yeah, I mean, walked away with a sliver of health, right? And I'm more surprised by the fact that the Pigwin was just camping there in the bush, and they know that he's there, but ultimately still allowing an engage to happen and to burst him down. As a marksman, you really have to watch your positioning and maybe, just maybe, understand that what could happen to you if you're just not careful.
Yeah, big thing here that we've seen when it comes to Penguin on this Angela, it's going to be the big thing is that they're trying to land that I believe it's the Chaos Cinder, that big stun. As soon as they land that, expect to see the Blazing Brilliance, that ultimate come out to really shred down Midnight Thieves. I've seen it before when whether you're a tanky hero, whether you're a squishy one, you just need to be very careful about your distancing from Penguin. Ayaka comes in here. You see already, stun came out, Blazing Brilliance immediately. Penguin shreds them down 2-0 against MNT right now. Now putting the pressure onto that bottom tower. We do see a flank coming in here from La, comes in, does get stunned up by Ayaka, who does go ahead and quickly re-engage with their home team.
Yeah, honestly, I think the Angela is an engagement happening private.
Yeah, you can see that Lug in a little bit of trouble there. Does dodge the stun, but takes a heap of damage, down to 25% right as soon as the Tyrant has spawned. And I'm not sure that Midnight Thieves are in a position to be able to contest that. Speaking of which, now Lost in the Sauce comes in with the teleport, maybe looking to try something out here. Neza does pick up the Tyrant. They might have themselves a little bit of an engagement here. Now up at the top in the mid lane, looking for Blazing Brilliance, picks up a kill. The teleport coming out from the side of MNT is not effective enough. They're still trying to chase him down. Down goes Archron. Forever in trouble, gets taken out by Ferd. That is 3 down for the side of Midnight Thieves, and a mid tower for their aching. Oh, now they're going to continue on. Look at all the damage coming out, and down goes Loga.
I mean, as I was saying, right, Private, the Angela is such a not too skilled, difficult hero, but very rewarding if you're able to understand your positioning and how to kind of deal damage, and also make sure you have a stun ahead of time. That will be really annoying to deal with. If you played ranked at all, you understand, like, and especially as early on in the game, Angela is so priority picked. I mean, so many people play Angela. She's really fun to play, so there's a reason for that. And Pigwin is demonstrating to us what a good Angela, a high-skilled Angela, can do.
Well, it's not even the Angela, too. It has to do with the rest of the team being able to enforce and push forward. If you're pushing forward, Angela can be one of the most dangerous heroes you face. And a nice showing right there. That Blazing Brilliance comes out, shreds down Archeron. But on the same line, though, if you guys are on your back foot, if your guys are constantly having to retreat, constantly having to kite, Angela is going to be one of those heroes that really gets hurt on those type of engagements there. Just because, diving underneath the tower, you can see right there a little bit of a taste of Yango having that clone go underneath the tower to deal some damage. Actually forces back Midnight Thieves.
Yeah, we haven't seen Yango really do much in this game. The map hasn't really like pinned up to her yet, but look at that, Private up in the top lane.
Oh, and just as we were talking about that, B tier mid dives underneath the tower, able to find a kill onto Forever. The rest of N19 do find themselves a tier 2, putting on the damage. Oh, lost in the sauce, has to dive over the hill there to get away from the Blazing Brilliance of Pigwin there. But yeah, like as I was saying though, like if you're on your back foot, you're gonna have a big problem with a hero like Pigwin. But I think N19, they understand, they know that they can kind of bully MNT here. They know that they can kind of push forward. They've got a great amount of confidence. It's the perfect opportunity for having an Angela on your team because they're really not afraid of the ganks, not afraid of the CC. So she can just stand there and pray and spray out that Blazing Brilliance. You see, like she's just standing there. There is no, actually, it comes in from the side there, lost in the sauce, tried, but got melted out. They're trying to take out a Yaka. They do find the auto attack, but immediately answered back. Look, it goes down 1-11, and N19 dominating this early game.
Yeah, dominating is a word for that, for sure. I mean, that is an 8K gold lead in favor of N19, right? You mentioned having something like the Angela, you really have to watch her position because she has 0 mobility. So if you're up against really high caliber enemies, that will be very difficult for you because they know that you are a target to hone down, right? So now, we've seen last week when N19 was playing up against some other competitors, that on the second day of the series, they weren't actually picking out Angela. They weren't letting Pigwin play his comfort hero. But this game, he's actually popping off, Private.
Oh, look at it. There is not much you can do, even with that tankiness. Angela's just able to shred that down. Oh, the Annihilation Laser takes care of what Pigwin couldn't finish. You saw, thought he was home free, able to get to the base, but the Annihilation coming out, and that was going to be it for it. Actually, that wasn't the Annihilation. The Forever tried the Annihilation. I'm not even sure what that ability was that took out. Look at.
Wow, look at that. Just diving in godlike for Yango. A very, very exciting game. And for you guys who don't know that Yango can actually copy heroes, right? So the clone that he has, he's actually able to, but you have to play it well, right? So that's why he is a difficult hero to master, but definitely an exciting one to watch on our part and a heck to deal with.
Yeah, so apparently he was able to copy the Nua, get that Annihilation Laser out there, but here we're going to go ahead and seal things up here now, cracking onto the base, about 45%, 50%, 20%, and that's going to be a quick wrap for Midnight Thieves. N19 reigning supreme in their first match.
Yeah, very decisive victory for N19. A very interesting game for us to watch as well. Look at that, all assists on the side of N19. They were having fun, and through having fun, they were able to claim victorious.
Yeah, a great introduction to that Yango pick there. You talked about how much skill it takes to play that, to understand all of the heroes that you could be potentially copying with your clone there. Was able to take forever on that Nua, take her ultimate, and finish off Luga, who was looking for an escape. That's just somebody who understands. It's one of those heroes that you need to understand all the heroes on the roster to be able to use to that level, and you can see B tier mid did a great job, even earning an MVP for his team.
Yeah, the level of practice you need on the Yango. I mean, maybe B-Tournament had that experience on the Chinese server, but that's still a lot to master, right? You need to control your puppet to dash, to stun, and to swap location. So that's a lot for you to learn and a lot for the enemy to deal with. So it looks like this game, unfortunately, Midnight Thief was not ready for the aggression that they've had throughout the game, even with an Angela, right? Even though you understand exactly what Angela can do, right? But Piglin was playing a different game with the Angela, and that shows his mastery on that hero as well.
Shoot, I wasn't ready for some of those picks there, especially the Yango to be introduced in that fashion. But yeah, you're absolutely right. The Angela pickup did a great job as well, especially because it felt like Midnight Thieves just were not able to get at a point where they could actually have the confidence to go for their own engagements. They were always responding, always on the back foot. And unfortunately, when it comes to something like that, Angela's just really going to shine, where she can just stand down, spray at your team, and there's nothing that was really fearful. We did see a little bit, potentially Kaiser was able to kind of find himself a little bit of a flank there, but immediately got just taken apart and bursted down. So that's just a great job when it comes to a team that allows you to be able to play an Angela pickup like that.
Yeah, immediately shredded down, right? And it's really fun for your team as well if you're able to kind of pick your comfort heroes and still be able to dominate across the map. So congratulations for N19 on that decisive and very entertaining first game for us to watch.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see where we go from here. If Midnight Thieves might be able to answer back to N19, but like we said, N19 have been on a very big and positive winning ways here. They've adjusted very well. They've been playing at this level. They're no stranger here to the top end of North America when it comes to the competitive side, the rest of the teams here. So they've been here for a good while. Midnight Thieves, they're still earning their brass and tacks here, still kind of coming together and learning what it takes when it comes to the drafting, when it comes to some of those rotations, and even when it comes to being down and out, what you need to do when you're on your back foot to kind of close up some of those leaks that sprung before they turn into like all out just floods.
You gotta take care of the leads before it turns into a flood. So we'll have to see what this game, the next game, actually have in store for us to kind of close down the leaks that we've seen in this game. But I would say right now it's already looking like a little bit of a flood is happening, Private.
Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, it takes it's one game. I always like to kind of try to reset. Don't want to have that whole the world is ending, what are we gonna do, man? A mentality. Yeah, it's one game behind you. You can hopefully reset, do that little Captain America speech for your team, and hopefully bring them up to get that confidence back that they need. But I mean, I understand. You're looking at a team like N19. You're like, man, there's a lot of things we've talked about before when it comes to these little bitty mistakes that can be made that maybe you can get away with in a ranked match. You can get away with in a best or in a 3-man game on there that you cannot get away with when it comes to these professional teams who understand how to take advantage of you and to really make the most of those encounters.
Yeah, you have to be able to, I mean, but this is the practice, right? So this tournament for the teams is a chance to practice and really experience the competitive spirit and competitive scene. Now, with that being said, guys, the draft is ready. So let's see what response actually Midnight Thief have in store for us. I'm expecting the Yango to be actually banned out, but it does seem like it's still open in this moment as we speak. Dharma will be banned out, and the Diadea. So Diadea actually caused a lot of trouble, I would say, for the side of N19, maybe, but they decided to ban it out. And Yango will be going into the hands of Midnight Thieves.
I was gonna say, like, I would expect it to be banned out or picked up just because at the end of that match, I was gonna be like, what was that, guys? If I was on a team, I would have been ready to attack my own team member, wondering why my own Nuwa hit me with an annihilation laser. Yango, though, her puppet can copy any hero in the game and use their skills. The puppet also can act as a stun to people, very much like Mutsi. So it's going to be very interesting to see how well that Lost in the Sauce, if they understand it. It's been out for about, I don't believe it's been out for too long. So not a big chance for a lot of people to really exercise it unless, like you've said, they've gotten the experience on the in the China servers here. So we'll see how well Lost in the Sauce. Like I said, I expect, if you're going to take it up, I would really like for you to understand all the minutia of a hero. One thing I don't really like when it comes to a team is to take a hero just because you're afraid of the enemy having it, because you're better off banning it if you don't understand how to play it at a superior level.
Yeah, because especially with something like the Yango, right? You need to master both set of skills, both your own skills and your puppet skill, and also you have to understand every single hero that's on the opponent's side. So it's a lot to take in, but maybe they will give us a similar game as we've seen last game. I mean, we also see Neja potentially getting picked out on the side of Midnight Thieves. It's like trying to poison you with your own recipe.
Yeah, the only problem for me, though, is like, that's great on paper. It's like, all right, we're going to use their own team against them, their own strengths. But what the paper doesn't really tell you is that if somebody uses a hero, it would almost be like using an Angela against Pigwin, because while, okay, you've taken away something that they like, you've also taken away something that they like, or you're using something that they like, something that they understand at a deep level. They understand how to use it, not just how to use it, but they understand what the counters are for it, what the weaknesses are for it. So we're going to see here if that's going to kind of come into play, especially when it comes to Lost in the Sauce on this Yango pickup. They're going to go with a bigger, tankier front line here. It's very interesting here because you got the tankier front line, you got the Da Chao, but you've also got a lot of distance when it comes to Shinari on this when it comes to this farm lane. You're going to be able to kind of really keep your distance to keep those power shots up. So if they got an engagement tool, it might be the end for Midnight Thieves.
Yeah, we've seen a little hero swap happening here, maybe just for fun. Ferd will be taking the Yangjian in the jungle position, right? So I was a little bit surprised that there was a swap happening, but it will be the Yangjian versus paired up with the Dahlia. So a very classic combo. We'll see if they're able to continue being that tanky presence on the map. Now both sides are looking very thick, very tanky. So definitely the Venice staff will be the priority shopping list for both sides, but very exciting to see how Midnight Thieves actually execute their draft. A very different draft compared to last game as well, and also their last chance to be in this position in this tournament.
Yeah, it's really interesting, especially when it comes to the first series that we saw. I really felt like a lot of the issues kind of stemmed from not really prioritizing a lot of the anti-heal when it comes to a lot of some of these engagements, especially when it comes to these big engagements where it's more than 4-on-4 and these groupings. So we're going to see if Midnight Thieves kind of keep that equipment up and if they're able to go ahead and answer back.
Yeah, we shall see if the answer is written for us as we walk into the second game of this series between N19 versus Midnight Thieves.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and start here early. You see a big focus there on the mid lane. They're actually, I want to say 2v2 there. N19 really enforcing their will, and immediately already B tier mid entering the jungle of the enemy. B tier mid, they're probably going to actually be able to pick up that. I can't see who was able to get that. It looks like N19 was able to steal it away, and N19 B tier mid might be in trouble. Bet off a little bit more than he could chew, but doing a good job pressing the rest of Midnight Thieves away from their jungle. Really like doing as the most that he can to kind of make make them have to walk all the way back now. Now it's gonna take them even longer to kind of clear out their jungle. 1 kill on the board for Midnight Thieves though, so at least able to answer back, at least able to recognize and kind of close ranks around that invading force. They lost the buff though, but able to pick up a kill.
Yeah, but at what cost, right? It took so much. Oh my God, Private, look at that. Just having to retreat back to his base. I mean, as we're speaking, right, it takes so much resources that B-Pyramid paused on the side of Midnight Thieves. Just 4 men chasing him down into their own base and delaying their own farm. And B-Pyramid's another guy.
Yeah. Yeah, but it doesn't look like Pigwin coming here on a lost in the sauce. Might be in a little bit of trouble here, trying to find himself and escape. Gets stunned and taken down. That's going to be a kill for Pigwin. 1-2 right now. Big push and pop-up lands onto Ayaka. So, I mean, a better game, I want to say, or at least a better start here for the side of Midnight Thieves. Are able to answer back. They're able to react. They're continuing on with the farm. But I do want to say, like, the one thing I noticed already is, like, there's already about a 1K lead at the 2-minute mark there. N19 doing such a good job of, like, really harassing, maybe even being able to pick up this buff. I can't even see who got that. It does look like N19 still able to pick that up B tier mid. So that's another buff refused to Midnight Thieves. In goes Archon, and it doesn't look like he's able to really find an engagement for his team. They're still kind of coming in here, getting connected by those boxes of Pigwin on that Nua, but no worse for wear.
Yeah, I like the playbook that N19 is going in this game. They're really having fun. Hanshin just understands his assignment. He's not afraid of death, right? He is looking to just... Oh, another happening at the bot lane, Private.
Yeah, Shinari actually in a little bit of trouble here. They were camping out and found them. That is going to be enough to take down the lady soon. Unfortunate for the side of M19. The roam Artron wasn't even able to get into position fast enough because N19 did such a great job of camping out in that bush to catch them unprepared, then unloaded with a huge amount of damage. Artron here taking a little bit of damage up at the mid while Forever trying to clear it out so that they could rotate. Look at them all over enemy sides of the jungle. No fear, already pressing into lane, trying to come into the side there. Artron takes a huge amount of damage, unleashes the ult, but gets taken down by Ford of N19. 3-2 right now. Oh, coming in there, and that is not going to be pretty. Shinari on that lady soon gets dusted.
Yeah, we have a lady soon, right? If you don't have a good early game, it's a bit of an engagement happening in the top lane as we speak. Just a very team fight heavy this game, Private.
Yeah, and I feel like you've got 2 fighters. This is basically the premise of 2 fighters just standing in the middle, just swinging at each other. The problem is, I want to say there's a little bit more blows being landed by N19. They're just doing a better job of covering up and like not taking these huge deaths here. 4-2 right now. Speaking of which, and another kill for Pigwin on this Nua pick. Just doing such a great job, especially so early on a Nua pick for a pick that usually requires so many items, a little bit of gold, a little bit of time to actually start coming online. N19 sitting at a comfortable 6-2.
Yeah, sitting there very comfortable. I mean, also now Chicha taking down this tower, opening the map for the Racine, but he doesn't even need to actually attend to the tower. It's going to take down itself. That is the presence that he's showing right now, and just mid-lane.
Yeah, and they are just tearing this mid lane apart, and that is unfortunate for the side of Midnight Thieves. You even saw Luck tried to use that ultimate, just caught nobody in the mix of it. And right here, N19, they don't even need minions. They're just juggling aggro on that mid tower, gonna bust the jungle wide open of MNT.
Yeah, and right now, mid lane, they're still trying to give off some aggression here. Will they be able to connect and actually start a team fight here? But it does look like, and I think it's going to retreat.
Oh, yeah, you can see there the Ogren trying to come in there. Look, trying to put some damage on. They're trying to take down these minions. Even having trouble. I want to say N19 doing a great job when Midnight Thieves come on to kind of even protect protect the minions to make sure that they just get the maximum amount of damage onto these towers to make sure that they are just slowly here at the 6th minute already at the tier 2s. You can see a big damage coming out, a big flank from the side of Ford, able to come in with those hounds, and now Midnight Thieves have to disengage. That's going to leave open an, oh, what a snipe coming out from Pigwin, catches Shinari, or was that Luga at the base, and a great kill there for N19, 11-2 right now.
5k damage dealt with this just one swipe, right? So that is insane amount of damage, and at this point in the game, they're already putting that aggression into enemy territory, into their crystal, with no fear and no retreat.
Yeah, MNT feel the choke happening here, except that they are so powerless to try and stop it. Oh, big damage coming out there. Actually drops them very low. Lug gets taken out by an annihilation laser there from Pigwin. I didn't think there was any hope of him being able to escape, especially with how great Pigwin has been with some of these aims. You're not going to get away if you're super low trying to find yourself an escape. So understanding, so waryful of what's going on the map to be able to kind of find some of these great snipes. Ooh, going a little far deep under the tower. Ferd actually gets taken out and a stun. That's going to be another one for the side of MNT, but can they offset the damage happening here? The push at their base, it looks like they live to fight another day.
I mean, just looks like Pigwin is having the time of his life right now, just making different combinations with his skill set, with his just skill combos, right? And we're talking so much about his Angela, but he's proving to us that he is just a superb mid laner.
Well, I mean, it's been one of the biggest things that I've noticed, especially because he's been, when it comes to the rosters, he's just been a substitute initially for the side of N19 and has had such a huge role in a lot of their victories, a lot of them being able to be as comfortable with a lot of these pushes lately. And he's been showing that as much as possible here, not just on the Nua pickups, but on everything else that he's picked up, the Gon and Mo. I think that's probably why we saw a little bit of a ban there. Big damage coming out here, trying to blast it down the Ogren. Down goes Luga. Shinari running for the hills, has to get back underneath the base. Meanwhile, the rest of N19 starting to focus onto the core. And ladies and gentlemen, moving forward with a clean sweep to the second round. N19.
I mean, N19 played such a ferocious game. This game is, I mean, they continue their aggression, their domination, pure destruction for the side of Midnight Thieves. All 2 games. It does look like Lost in the Sauce did get the losers MVP with that Yanko pick, but not able to do much and give us a show. So looks like Pigwin once again gets the MVP with SSS.
Yeah, Pigwin, it's not a surprise. I think the last series we saw, B tier mid was able to pick it up with that Yango. But I want to say for the most part, from what I remember from the last few weeks, Pigwin has consistently been one of those triple S, those MVP players for BYL here. Like I said, right from the get-go, before we even had items on it, I think he only had the venomous staff and was immediately still getting those pickoffs, still putting on that damage, still being that usefulness for his team. And that's the great thing about a great Nua player, that if you have an aggressive team, even if somebody from BYL is able to kind of like run away and like on a little bit of health, if you're that great Nua player, you're going to be able to kind of utilize that, use your annihilation, which Pigwin was able to use on cooldown.
Yeah, I mean, when we spoke with B tier mid, he talked about how much he does not like to have a B tier mid as a teammate. So definitely we understand that with Pigwin showing himself so much in this tournament, he is an S tier mid for sure. So big congratulations for N19. That does move them up to the winner side of the match. And now up next, we will see the losers matchup between Flash Smite and Midnight Thieves. Midnight Thieves is not having a great day today.
Well, I mean, you could say the same about Flash Smilodon. MNT, they knew what they signed up for. Like I said, they've put on that iron chin. They keep on getting hit, but they keep on coming back. And that's kind of more than I can ask for some of these teams playing at the top of North America, to try to learn the ropes, to try to understand what is needed to be successful. Teams like BYL, teams like Flash Smilodon and N19, they already know what it means to be successful here, what they need to do, and have been trying to adjust their gameplay to kind of continue their winning ways. A very exciting matchup that we just got done with. But as you said, the losers bracket coming up next. It will be a best of one. Flash Smilodon will take on Midnight Thieves.
Yeah, when it's the best out of one matchup, right? It's do or die. The dime could turn very swing. It could be anyone's game, right? You only have one chance. And for a team like Midnight Thieves, they have nothing to lose. So this could be a series that we're excited to watch. And up next, it'll be Flash Smilodon versus Midnight Thief. The night is still young. We still have a best out of one and a best out of 5 waiting for us today. So make sure you grab some water, grab some drinks, and we'll see you after a short break.
Grandpa, what happened in the monkey story?
Anoman. Yes, he made a promise to bring Cinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught, and flames rose. A huge fire.
He is a legend.
Yes, a man will always admire.
happened in the monkey story?
Anoman. Yes, he made a promise to bring Cinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught and flamed.
And we are back, guys. Today is the first day of the playoffs. I'm your caster, Liz, joined alongside Private Answer.
Yeah, we've had two amazing series thus far, best of threes, but the winners have moved forward and the losers have moved down to our losers bracket. So we're going to continue on to see who will be able to kind of etch their wins here and move forward. You can see there from our first two series, BYL moved on. N19 have moved forward, but that does not mean it is it for Flash Smilodon or Midnight Thieves, who will have one final chance against each other to move forward.
Yeah, drop one game, either of these teams will go home. It will be a best out of one for the losers semifinals. There's only one chance. It's do or die, and which team will come on top, we'll have to see. After that, we will have the winners semifinals as well, so that will be best out of 5. So we'll have to see what comes in store for us with that matchup. Now, first up will be the best out of 1s, right? It is only one game, so I think there's a lot could happen in this game, right, Private?
There's a lot to appreciate about one game. It's almost like there's so many different things you can appreciate when it comes to like having those very long, drawn out best of 5s, best of 7s, but there's also something to really appreciate when it comes to a best of 1, because there's just it's anybody's game. You could get lucky. You can have a good composition, something cheesy, something that the enemy doesn't expect to really be able to turn the tables. I've seen so many games and cast so many games, especially best of 1s, where it's not always cut and dry who will be the winner. There's always that little bit of a chance that that underdog team is able to pull something out that gets them the victory.
Yeah, there's an element of surprise, right? You have not, you're gonna want to give your best shot for this game, and you might be able to pull out some sneaky plays. So we'll have to see as we walk into the third series of today. Maybe draft is ready, Private. Let's see what we have on the board for us.
I'm actually interested to see, because Flash the Smilodon series kind of went out without anybody picking up the Yanjo pickup. So I'm wondering if that's actually going to be something that's actually banned out or picked up here, or if both of these teams are going to try to fight for it or see that it is that strong of a pick. Like we've talked about, it is a strong pick in the right hands as somebody who's able to really master a lot of those effects, and it can really, if you aren't able to master all of those effects, it's almost kind of like a little bit of a waste. Right now, we do see that Lug gonna go ahead, pick up that Zong Fei. It's been one of those big, fearsome roams for a lot of these teams here so far. I want to say probably one of the highest pick or ban rates for any of the roams out here in Honor of Kings.
I mean, absolutely, he's been banned out throughout today, and I would say throughout last week as well. But taking that Zhang Fei, it does open up the Chicha, opens up the Lapu as a potential response, but also Lon is available, right? We're talking about the Yango and how Flash right now has not had the chance to really utilize that, right? But even with the Yango, even if you had experience in playing it in the China server, you might not be comfortable enough on it, right? It's a high skill cap hero for regardless who it is that is playing it. Even if you had that experience, it could still be a challenge for you. And with this being a one-game series, do you really want to put your chances in a hero like Yango?
Yeah, and that's a really interesting take on it too, because you've seen heroes like that before that are just so complicated that yes, they can be top of the mountain if you learn how to play them super well, but they also take an exorbitant amount of skill and ability just to play averagely. And it's like there's picks that will make my hand feel a little bit better at the end of the game, so that I'm not cramping up trying to do all these masterful plays there. It does look like both of these teams kind of they're going to go ahead and respectfully just put that on the shelf for a moment, go on with the rest of the picks that we have here. We do see, like you talked about, we have the Chicha being picked up. Lapu gonna have a great early game from Flash Smilodon there. But on the side of Midnight Thieves, the pay pickup, this is something that I like to see comboed with something that's gonna help escort it. Zhongfei will do a good job of that, but are they gonna be able to kind of help him maneuver around the map? Are we gonna be able to stop these engages, these invades coming from Flash Smilodon?
Yeah, we do see the Mai being banned out by their own side, right? So with Pei, he does need some support in the early game to actually be successful. And you kind of want to counter invade, right? You're able to jungle super fast, so you want to take as much of the farm possible from your side as well as the enemy side, and most likely from the enemy side. But potentially a Yango pickup again on the side of Midnight Thieves.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and pick that up. The big thing for me with Leo Lee on this, with the Hanshin, it's the early game that they're really looking for. You want to get that advantage. You want to kind of be that surprise, come in, get the jump on, get that initiation. Here, they've got a big amount that can really kind of push forward. We've seen it before when it comes to Zhao Chao, the huge ability to kind of counter out a lot of these assassin pickups, because as mobile as an assassin pick can be, trying to close the distance on you, trying to get away with the meteor shower that Mwaji can do with the Zhao Chao, it's just, you're not going to be able to find a lot of hiding places, and especially if they land a stun on you, it's going to be a wrap.
Yeah, and she's just a rewarding hero to play, right? It doesn't take that much mechanics to master it, but she is able to burst you down and shred you to pieces towards the late game if you're able to let her farm and get the items that she need. So definitely Xiaoxue has a lot of burst potential, as well as picking up the early towards the end. I do think they have a very strong lineup towards in the mid to late game, especially on the side of Flash Smilodon, but the Yango pickup, we haven't been able to see it shine in the hands of Midnight Thieves last game. Maybe this game will be their chance. They have a lot of powerful heroes to choose from to clone, so I'm excited to see actually the Yango do a lot for their team this game. So I'm excited, Private. I want to see it cook.
Well, and maybe there's that opportunity too. It's just like, you're not going to have an opportunity to play a Yango against a team of this caliber, potentially outside. So maybe not. Why not just pick it, see how well we can do, just run into that wall until we can be successful on it.
Yeah, and as we speak, we are walking into the best out of one loser semifinals for these teams. One chance to take it home or go home.
Yeah, and right now you can already see a little bit of a focus there at the mid lane, 2-on-2, trying to kind of get their mixed up there. And here's the thing is I like seeing already that Lug doing a good job kind of invading already, letting to go ahead and try to burst down these. Oh, he's actually going to be able to steal them. Oh, he's got smite on him as well, so he's going to be able to kind of be a little bit of a nuisance here in these jungles.
Yeah, that was kind of unexpected. We didn't even think to ourselves that Zhangfei will be bringing a smite to his team. We haven't seen Zhangfei being able to pick out recently as well. So great play for Lucht. Definitely grabbing as much resources away from your opponent is the right move. So now it looks like something happening in the top lane.
Oh, speaking of which, you can see already lost in the sauce, able to almost get underneath the tower here. They're going to go ahead and put the damage on the Lug, and still 2 immediately down for Midnight Thieves.
Yeah, and that's not just all they roll, right? A response coming in from the side of from Midnight Thieves.
Yeah, Acheron was able to kind of come up there, close the distance, but not able to get the leap or the pounce on to the Chicha pickup. The unfortunate thing here is that Midnight Thieves, I was about to say, like, they're doing a good job of kind of trying to keep the pressure on, but immediately when you see the kill, oh my God, underneath the tower! And look, this is what it comes down to, understanding how much health you can take, what you can do underneath the tower. Now they're going to go ahead, underneath the tower, Mluji going to go ahead, activate that meteor shower to find themselves out. Oh, and just like that, gets taken down forever on that Garuda pick.
Yeah, I mean, already the stars are lining up for the side of Flash Smilodon, right? They're doing a great work in the early game despite being invaded.
Yeah, and this is the thing. I thought that there was going to be a little bit more potential for Lug to be able to get into enemy jungle, really kind of take away some of those picks from Flash Smilodon. The only problem that really kind of comes with this strategy is it's acting on its own. Ooh, we do have a nice big meteor shower there kind of coming in, and the Wings of Judgment out here trying to burst down KT. In comes more members of Midnight Thieves. Can they find it? KT able to dash underneath the safety of his tower. But what I was saying is that Lug with Smite here, yes, you're taking away some jungle from the side of Flash Smilodon, but when it comes to having a pay on your team, you don't just want to take away the jungle. You want to put it onto your jungler. You want him to be able to, you need him to get that funnel. You need him to go to mid lane, scoop up those minions. And so you're almost kind of acting, you've got a plan that has all these different yes boxes to check, but they're not really coinciding or synergizing. Speaking of which, here, big pop up there and not left for long. Look, gets taken out on that Zhongfei pickup.
Yeah, right now sitting very comfortably. Still, the team fight does not stop, Private.
Yeah, Leo Lee, this is what I was talking about, that early game. He's going to be able to get himself back out to safety, but that early game that you get with the Han Shin pickup, and especially if you're going to be so dominating here, you can see already 7-0 right now, and really, really enforcing his will throughout the rest of Midnight Thieves jungle here.
I mean, Hanxin is where the pay wants to be, right? But he is not looking, having that for himself, and just continuous aggression and flashes all throughout this game, Private. Is very different from what we're seeing.
Yeah, Wings of Judgments are out here, and you can see there Mwaji is going to be able to get away, not even taking a single scratch from that ultimate. Just had a great angle of escape, read that out very well. Leo Lee here at the top, a big suppressive damage coming in from the side, and that is going to be Archeron down. Midnight Thieves going to lose their tier 2 tower at the top.
Yeah, this is not a game you want to play on a pay, right? You want to be able to snowball in the early game to get the advantage that you have. But right now, he is just sitting at 3k gold.
Yeah, you can see Wings of Judgment coming back out there at the 5-minute mark. We do have the meteor shower out for the side of Flash Smilodon. Now 0-8, about a 4k gold lead for the side of Flash Smilodon.
Yeah, right now it just continuously winning, right, for the side of Flash Smilodon. They just get one kill after another, one successful dive after another, and continuous aggression, Private.
Yeah, KT goes in there. They do find a kill onto Shinari. The next one up onto the chopping block is Lug, who gets taken out. The rest of Midnight Thieves looking for an escape. Look at the pressure down here at the bottom tower. Flash Smilodon doing a good job. Only one person needs to go ahead, take that tower down. The rest of them get in a great position to try to cut off anybody who would try to come in here and counter invade. Lost in the sauce. I mean, he's powerless. He's just one person trying to come in. There's 3 members here just waiting to try to put him down.
I mean, that's a 6k gold lead, right? For Flash Smilodon, they're not a team to get a lead and throw it away, right? They get a lead, and next thing you know, it's nail in your coffin.
Yeah, you can see now. Oh, from the back end there, lost in the sauce. Going to have to use that flash forward to get out of harm's way. 0-10 right now. Flash Smilodon pushing forward, waiting for the minions to come in. Look at Leo Lee here, hiding in that bush, waiting for somebody to come in. Oh, he's able to find himself and escape. Minions now coming in through mid, but it does look like Flash Smilodon going to go ahead and start on this Tyrant.
Start at this tower, no contest as we're expecting, just quickly able to snatch it in his pocket is Hanxin, and now moving towards the mid lane and helping his team out along with flashes all throughout this game, Private.
Yeah, a big pop-up lands onto both members of Midnight Thieves underneath the tower, finishes it up with an ultimate there, and Leo Lee is just racking up kills, 12-0 in favor of Flash Smilodon.
Yeah, absolutely. And the gold difference, the gold gap is just rising and rising throughout the game, I would say. And another
Yeah, it's just, they just, yeah, Flash Smilodon, they don't even give you a chance to breathe, a chance to speak here right now. You've got a 4-on-1. We do have the Wings of Judgment going out there, trying to put some suppressive fire onto Muaji coming in from the side. Shinari just not able to find the mark. Are they going to go ahead and push forward, latching onto Muaji, but out comes the immediate meteor shower and breaks down 2 members. Now the rest of Midnight Thieves looking for an escape. That's another member down for the count. Flash Smilodon continuing on this focus, going to go ahead and bring this damage to the high ground towers. That's going to be the mid one down. Now putting their focus onto the bottom. Oh, Wings of Judgment were about to come out, but a huge set coming in from Flash Smilodon. Leo Lee on this pickup to Han Shin is diabolical, and that is going to be the game for Flash Smilodon.
Oh, what a decisive game for Flash Smilodon. As you were speaking, they're bringing their aggression onto high ground. They just took their aggression all the way home and took down the crystal just like that. And congratulations to N19. They will come victorious in this matchup.
Yeah, Leo Lee there. You can see 7, 0, and a 6. Not a single death for N19 there, and unfortunate for the side of Midnight Thieves right from the beginning. I mean, look, it was able to get a little bit of an advantage into the jungle. Unfortunately, I want to say up at the top, an engagement did not go their way, and that really started the downfall of Midnight Thieves. N19 continued that snowball, continued putting on the pressure. Every little engagement they thought they had, especially on the Zhao Chao, meteor shower came out, and immediately a huge amount of damage against Midnight Thieves that they could not contain.
Yeah, the aggression was continued throughout the game. They had a sizable gold lead from the get-go, and they're able to continue snowballing that and take the game home. What a series for that, Private. Just one game, and one game is all she wrote, and that's what it's enough to bring Flash Smilodon back into this game.
Yeah, unfortunately for Midnight Thieves, that will be their swan song out of the tournament. But we congratulate them on the being able to compete here in the NAKA tournament, and we look forward to seeing them in future seasons. With that said, Flash Smilodon, they go ahead and get a little bit of revenge and move themselves forward into the second round of the lower bracket.
Yeah, so they will be facing whoever loses in the upcoming winners final between BYL and N19. So whoever loses in that matchup will face up against Flash Smilodon tomorrow in a best out of 5 losers final. But moving forward tonight, we will see BYL versus N19, a rematch of what we've seen last week.
Yeah, wondering to see if N19 can kind of continue their winning ways. Last week just came up a little bit short against BYL, especially the mammoth of a team like BYL, who has been so dominant here. It's going to be a grudge match here coming up next.
Yeah, I mean, last week they had to play so many games until it gets to the final matchup. So they definitely had a lot more reasons for potentially losing, right? They could be tired, but this time they're well rested. They have the momentum from winning in the early games. So we'll have to see how this matchup comes for us. Now, for these teams, the prize pool is on the line for all teams, right? So $3,000 and 32,500 tokens, and everyone in the first, second, and third will have something to take home.
Yeah, so I believe that means that all the teams left. No, actually, no, we're still waiting on 1, 2, 3. No, that means all the teams that are left so far will be getting a little bit of this prize pool at the very least. First place going to be $2,000, second $700, and third place $300. Not to mention the earlier 3 weeks that we already had competition, where the top team, this time being BYL, was able to walk away 3 weeks in a row, getting $1,000 each week. Here, looking to go home with even fuller pockets.
Yeah, I mean, 300 and 2,000 is a big difference in terms of the cash prizes, but both teams will have a pretty similar level of tokens, so they can, for themselves, grab potentially a new Ultraman skin that will come in the boxes. So for you guys at home as well, make sure to check it out. I heard it's pretty cool. It's a childhood classic for a lot of us watching Ultraman, so definitely check it out. Now, everyone, we will have one more series, a very exciting matchup between N19 and BYL as we take a short break.
Grandpa, what happened in the monkey story?
Anoman. Yes, he made a promise to bring Cinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught, and flames rose. A huge fire.
He is a legend.
Yes, a man will always admire.
happened in the monkey story?
Anoman. Yes, he made a promise to bring Cinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught, and flames rose.
And we are back. And we are back for the last series of today, the first day of the playoffs week. I'm your caster Liz, joined alongside by Private.
Yeah, we are rounding the end of a huge chapter here for North America and for the NAKA tournament. So we have the final 3 teams here at the top of the mountain, and we are about to see the top 2 so far compete against each other in a best of 5 clash.
Yeah, one last series for today, BYL versus N19, and whoever wins will proceed into the grand finals, and whoever loses will be dropped to losers finals up against Flash Myrmidon tomorrow. Now, tomorrow we'll also have the grand finals happening at 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. The match will be promoted in-game, so make sure you guys mark it on your calendars and come join us on stream tomorrow. A lot of excitement tomorrow as well, right? There's going to be a show match actually happening, Private, for BTK, who will be joining us tomorrow.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The new mode, the Superflow Brawl mode that has a players a light right now, where you can choose a hero, and as you compete on when you get to certain levels, you get these certain power spikes that you can choose. It's been a lot of interesting. It's a rush in China. It's been making its waves here in North America, and tomorrow we will even see BTK compete in this mode.
Yeah, so a show match will be between BTK and another team, and they will be playing this mode. So guys, make sure to comment down below your favorite combo that you played in this mode, whether you've tried it, if you like it or not, and it's going to be very exciting. Now, back to today, right? Up next, we will have 2 powerful teams in store for us. BYL they have Jewishin, who was a menace this morning in the clash lane. 2755-7 will be their jungler as always. Ice in the mid lane, Xuan on the roam, and Qin on the farm lane.
Yeah, but making their way at the opposite corner will be B tier mid, bringing up the clash lane for N19. Fred bringing up the jungle. In the mid lane will be Sui. The roam participant will be Ayaka, and in the farm lane will be Kevin. As we've seen here, Sui has been sitting out as Pigwin has put the team on his shoulders in that mid lane for N19.
Yeah, I'll be very surprised if Pigwin does not return in as part of their formal lineup in this upcoming series, because he's been doing so well, right? So draft is ready, Private. Let's see what we have in store for us in this very critical series upcoming.
Yeah, we've already talked about it here. N19 came so close last week to being able to dethrone BYL, get a nice surprise onto them when it came to their matches, but just not far enough, and BYL continued their dominating ways. A bit of a grudge match here between them and N19 to see if they have what it takes to be able to finally dethrone their oppressors.
I mean, we love seeing Flowborn on both sides, right? It's going to be very interesting. Flowborn tank paired up with the Lady Jen up against the Flowborn Marksman and a Mai. So Mai hasn't been able to walk in some of these matches. Also, the Fuzu that's banned out a lot. But this game, they do get to come online, especially with the Mai providing that early game aggression and allowing the Flowborn to get the items and carry the late game.
Yeah, and that's been the really interesting thing for me. We've seen the Flowborn has been a really effective role, especially in that marksman position where you can really outdistance your opponents, especially in the early game. Mai Shiranu is going to provide that big early game CC. She does fall off towards the mid game and does, I want to say, dare require a little bit of assistance in the mid lane, being able to clear. Her clear isn't great, and that allows her, if you have that assistance, it allows her to be able to rotate rotate, to get to the side lanes faster, to get that CC and really get that surprise. This is something I was going to talk about a little earlier, is that we hadn't seen a Haya today yet, and she was usually, I want to say, a big priority pickup for a lot of these teams that we've seen in the last few weeks. It looks like we're kind of still juggling around. We're not decided just yet on where we're going to go. You talked about the Lady Shen out there. Is going to be a big amount of AoE, especially something that can help back up 27 on this Flowborn tank, who doesn't really have a huge amount of damage, has a decent amount of sustain, but really picks it up with that CC that he has, that he can kind of hold a team together at in the front lane. Wishing we already seen how magical he can be on some of these heroes, especially when it comes to the Byron. I think he's looking to duplicate that type of magic in some of the dashes that we see on this potential Charlotte pickup.
Yeah, I mean, the Charlotte does provide that backline dive as well that could get to the Flowborn Marksman. But just looking at BYL's comp, right, they're lacking a little bit in the damage department. If N19 is able to drag it towards the late game, I definitely think that the Flowborn Marksman will provide more damage. And if Fuzu was to come online, it will be very tough. But we do see that the Mai up against the Lady Shen. I think Lady Shen is not very scared of Mai. She actually has some peel for herself as well. So we'll have to see which side can take the advantage that they have and turn it into a play for the team.
The one big thing that I think a lot of people forget about Lady Shen too is she's got that ability to kind of freeze herself in one of her abilities, so that if somebody does come in, like a Maisha Nu comes in with a surprise, she can immediately use that, kind of freeze herself in there, and then you've kind of got Maisha Nui who's just kind of like frozen, like, all right, what do we do here? Do we try to keep this engagement? Do we disengage? Do we got to get out of here? So it's very interesting, and it does a great job. I've seen it used in here before, but we're gonna see if it can be as effective here. N19 taking on their opponents here, BYL, who have been so dominant in here. Do they have that secret recipe, that secret spice that they're going to need to be able to take down BYL?
I mean, BYL, they have nothing left to prove, right? They proved to us how dominating they are just by securing 3 straight weeks of wins and $3,000 in their pocket. So now it's up for N19 to make the scene and set the name for themselves this week. So for them, a lot is on the line, right? But they're more well rested and they have a good draft in store for them. How they execute it, we'll have to see for both sides. I'm very excited to see what these teams have in store for us in the upcoming match.
Yeah, and that's a really interesting thing too, is like the past few weeks, you've had the King of the Mountain, where both of these teams have been trying to keep up at the top, but here it's a very even playing field right now, perfectly even, in that both of these teams have already played a best of 3. Both of these teams have moved forward from that best of 3, so they're both going to be well rested. They're both at an even playing field at this point.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going into the first game of this best out of 5 series. What do we have in store for us, Private? A little bit of engagement happening already in the mid lane.
Yeah, they want to go ahead and keep on this pressure to make sure that this Maisha Nu is not having a good time. It's not going to be able to rotate quickly here. You can see already on the backside there, ooh, taking a decent amount of damage there onto their roam position, looking for an engagement. And unfortunate, BYL a little bit behind here, and you're going to see the immediate rotation coming in from N19. They clear out their lane, they get that aggression, and now they're going to be able to kind of steal some minions immediately from BYL. And this is those little things that we've talked about. You know, there's usually like those big kills or those big engagements, but at the early game, it's all about farming. How much can you take? How much can you refuse to your enemies when it comes to a lot of these minions, a lot of the jungle farm?
Yeah, I mean, Chicho understands the assignment, right? He does not have his support with him, so he's playing a little bit more on the passive side, just being careful, being safe, and that's really important, right? You have to understand where everyone is on the map, especially when you're playing something so squishy like the farm lane.
Ooh, yeah, you saw a little bit of a dash in coming in from NAKA. Does not meet its mark just yet. At 19, ooh, you have minions crawling at the base right now, and you see Ford, he was looking for a little bit of engagement, but I don't think that BYL was going to bite onto the baits just yet. He knows he doesn't see some of these guys on the map, so he understands that they're obviously up at top. Teleporting right now to the mid lane is Ford. That leaves up an opening. I like that Wishing immediately sees the teleport and understands, okay, I got a little bit of an advantage here. Speaking of an advantage, Juan immediately gets surprised in there by two members there, and N19 pick up their first blood and first kill of the game. Meanwhile, that leaves three members surrounding this tower here right now. I know Xing right now is counting their blessings. Oh, you do see Wishing comes here very quickly to the bottom lane to go ahead and provide that assistance. And that is what we were talking about, those great rotations coming in from BYL. Now from the side, you see a big engagement coming, big dash and a pop-up onto three members of BYL, and down goes the Floorborn Kevin, eating himself a dirt nap and tying this game up at 1-1 apiece. BYL and 19. A big pop-up comes up there, but no worse for wear. BYL just kind of letting them know that they are alive.
I mean, kind of overstayed is welcome, right? I mean, Kevin, that is a crucial kill for the side of BYL. Having that marksman put back just a little bit, especially with the objectives spawning in. But as we take a look at the goal difference, it's actually very even game so far at the team.
Yeah, it looked like they had actually caught somebody there, not able to kind of continue. Ooh, locking on underneath the tower, or not underneath the tower, inside that bush. Penguin actually takes a lot of damage, a great amount. You can tell that both of these teams kind of understand the engagements, understand and have played against each other. A lot of them doing a great job of trying to bait out. Ooh, and Xing able to steal away that minion from there. Is going to actually use his ultimate to snatch that up. Here, three members now coming down to the bottom lane to maybe looking for a gank or looking for an advantage that they can play here on to these minions. Ooh, nice little spacing there from Ayaka, looking for the flank. Not able to find it just yet, but now we have a tyrant on the board. 27 takes a little bit of a pop-up there from them. BYL in a great position here, down to 10%. Are they going to be able to find it? A great pickup there for BYL. Now turning their attention, since they have that power-up from the tyrant, looking to try to find themselves an engagement here. A big pickup. Down goes Penguin. Down goes Kevin. 2 down, 4 to side of N19 and BYL, enforcing their will after a great trade at the Tyrant.
Oh, Kevin gotta be careful at this point, right? Already 2 deaths within the 4-minute mark. As a Floorborn marksman, you want to be able to get your farm, at least not die in the early game, right? So with that being said, guys, all of you tuning in, that was an exciting team vibe, but we have an exciting giveaway for you. Another 100 dragon crystals with the code you see on the screen. So just one code this time. Make sure you type that in quick and unlock 100 dragon crystals.
0 and O for any of you guys wondering about those double O's over there, just so you guys aren't confused. But yeah, as we get back into the game here right now, N19 kind of starting to fall a little bit behind, about 2K. Ooh, coming in forward, and this is the problem. Sometimes I've talked about this so often when it comes to a young Jian, is he's got these boxes he needs to check, and once he gets into that mode to try to he gets all of his stacks and tries to go for an engagement, if he doesn't get that engagement, that is a huge wasted resource for your jungler here. 3-1 right now. BYL still very dominant, but have not been able to make their mark on the map just yet. One tower under their they've taken one tower just yet.
But you see already on BYL's side, the Lady Jen has picked up the Venomous Staff. It's very important, especially when you're playing up against something like the young Jen, right? But clash happening right now in the jungle, Private.
Yeah, and down goes Schwan, gets taken out there. So looking to find themselves a little bit of a kill here. They do find it in the form N19, but are they able to transition that into something? Ooh, Jay Wishing in a little bit of trouble here. You see that B tier mid trying to clash in. Are we gonna be able to find it? Turns it around on B tier mid. And that is like we were talking about. You weren't just going up against the Clash later. You were going up against Jay Wishing, the man, the myth, the legend, and he was able to turn it around quickly. 4-2 right now in favor of BYL.
I mean, B tier mid, I mean, from the interview last week with BYL, right? He does not want to be the opening again for his team. And he's playing a better game this time, like, don't get me wrong, but another steal potentially happening.
Yeah, you can see there that Charlotte actually gets taken out. Jay Wishing a little too deep into enemy territory there. But look at the damage going on to the mid tower. That's going to open it up here. Now an engagement there. Flash comes out. Ice out of harm's way. Oh, and using that ice ability that we were talking about to go ahead and lure in N19. That's going to be a jungler down.
Yeah, a jungler down indeed. I mean, he got invaded and now he is falling off at this point in the game. We haven't seen Ferd do as much as he possibly could. With his spell kit, he has so much sustain, but unable to kind of like be in a position to utilize and maximize his abilities, right? And we just saw just now Mai picked up the Venomous Staff, but with her spell kit, I don't know how much she can do up against something like the Flowborn Taint.
Yeah, you brought up an interesting point that especially after the last week, BYL brought up that they thought B tier mid, he was an opening for BYL to take on to N19 because it felt like in the clash lane, he operated maybe a little bit more independently than you would like for a team of that sort. So he would engage or he would disengage without the protection of his team coming up. And BYL was able to read that, able to understand that he would try to engage or maybe played with a little bit too much of an ego in that lane, you know, where you get that 1v1 and you just really want to be able to take somebody out without realizing, yeah, here comes the rest of the team now getting the flank onto you. Ooh, you can see here 27 against the Remembers. I'm not sure if he sees, yeah, Pigwin up here hiding out. Are they gonna be able to find this engagement? 3 members now. Are they gonna be able to take out this Crimson? And unfortunately, nobody answered. They just kind of watched there. Like, oh, but do we do have a little bit of an engagement here? Comes down. Ice goes down on that Lady Shin on the back line. You can see the tremor. Is it going to be enough? Down goes a Ferd for the side of N19. B tier mid looking to try to put on the damage, but he is laid to rest. That is 2 kills picked up for BYL. A trade of 1. Oh, actually a trade of 2. You did see Zwan actually got taken out there at the end.
I mean, that was a very patient and very good knockup coming in from the side of N19, but at what cost, right? You do also lose your manpower as well, especially it being Ferd and B tier mid. Very important at this point in the game. But as we mentioned last week, the game that B tier mid was actually able to secure in their pocket was in the Futsi. So we gotta watch out for that.
Yeah, Footsie has a great job when it comes to like those split pushing, being able to take down towers very quickly. The only thing I kind of feel like he has issues is like team fights. He's one of those lock down one player and absolutely be able to demolish them. The problem comes is when you're surrounded by all these different players, all these different ones that can put CC onto you, and he really does not shine in those group fighting scenarios. And that's where BYL has been doing such a great job of not allowing Footsie to kind of find these singular options that he wants, even when it comes to trying to push a singular lane. Now Tyrant is out and N19 doing a great job, great macro on the board. So they're going to immediately take this out and try to find themselves maybe a little bit of an advantage here at the Overlord.
Yeah, they don't want to let the Overlord go to the hand of N19. At the same time, they are able to secure that Tyrant and putting themselves at a very decisive gold lead. Looking for a knockup, but not able to connect.
Ooh, yeah, look at the pressure coming up here onto the top tower. That one is taken out as well. Big Tremor comes out onto the back line, and actually Yaka might be in trouble, able to get away with just a hair's amount of health for his team. BYL being so dominant. All the tier 1 towers have been taken out. Not a single tower just yet for N19, who have not been able to find an answer for this aggression.
Yeah, and B tier mid sent back to the base once again. I don't think he's the opening this game, but he is still having a little bit of a trouble sustaining the aggression that's coming in from BYL.
Oh, look at the damage there onto the back line, and even Ayaka having problems trying to land, find a Tremor that he wants. Oh man, that was just such great opportunities. The problem is the moment that Ayaka goes back there, unless the rest of his team is perfectly ready, he immediately gets bursted down. But BYL, I feel like they're doing a great job of trying to bait out these. You saw them kind of group up right there just toward the end, right before dispersing as they disengaged from the high ground towers there. But unfortunately for N19, it didn't look like Ayaka was in a position to be able to kind of use the tremor to try to dive onto them.
Yeah, right now we are looking at a 7,000 gold lead in favor of BYL, and some of their teams decked out in items, right? With the lady, ow, 5-minute gap right here.
Oh man, and that is unfortunate. BYL, you can see 27 checked into the wrong bush, and there's sometimes, I mean, it's not really even like you shouldn't have been checking that bush. It's just to the point that, I mean, it was just a very unfortunate thing there for 27. Ooh, big flash coming out there for it, in trouble there. Ultimate out for the Ching, dishing out some damage onto N19. They do lose third, and now continuing their domination, gonna take down that tier 2 tower at the mid.
Yeah, I don't know how much that takedown actually do for them, but we see how much Chicha can actually do with that.
Oh, yeah, look at the damage there coming out onto the team there. Ayaka in trouble. They are able to turn it around onto Juan. The rest of N19 looking to put the damage onto Wishing. Flash comes out, and they are able to find the mark there. Oh, a little bit of trouble here onto the backside. Are they going to be able to find it? Look at Kevin in trouble. Able to find the mark. Kevin is a menace, but unfortunately for him, 27 comes in, able to dish out the damage. Kevin goes down, and that's going to finally stop this little bit of a push from N19. 10-9 right now in favor of BYL. 5K gold lead for them.
Yeah, but that was a very good comeback on the side of N19, although still behind, but slowly but surely closing the gap. And we can see Kevin coming online, right? He has some of his core items, and he is able to shred out so much damage, but ultimately his arch nemesis, the Flowborn tank, takes him down.
Yeah, and then the issue here is that I want to also say that the when you have that aggression, when you're doing well and you're able to take down members of BYL, it's because Kevin kind of initially went out of his way to get ahead of his team, to close the difference, to surprise BYL. And BYL, they understood that, they saw that, and immediately you can go out there, you can stick your neck out to get the kill, but they're immediately going to turn that around and show you why you don't, as a farm lane, want to stick your neck out there. 27 was able to close the distance very quickly, get the flank onto the marksman there. So, I mean, it's just such a great answers coming from BYL to every little decision that N19 makes.
Yeah, and even with a successful team fight, they're still not able to transform that into any advantage across this map, as now BLL is pushing in towards the high ground.
Ooh, comes in with a tremor, catches 2 members. Now the rest of N19 looking if they can kind of turn this around. Ayaka in trouble, gets bursted down. Kill going to Shawan. Now the rest of the members coming in underneath the tower. Down goes Pigwin. 2 down for N19. BYL gonna turn their attention back to the enemy junglers. Just high grounds left for N19. Actually, I think that's all of that. That will be the last high ground for N19. BYL here looking to close the gap on this game. Looking to turn this down. Oh, big pop-ups there coming, and that will be it for B tier mid. One more down for the side of N19. It is just Ferd and Kevin alone to try to fend off this attack. Kevin able to get underneath the safety of his tower, but that is not going to be enough to stop this push. BYL with the first game of this series.
Oh, what a incredible series. I mean, BYL just reigns supreme, showing us why they are the top team right now in this tournament. And it does look like Flowborn Tank will secure that MVP, but well played for N19. They give it their all, they give it their best. Kevin trying his best, but ultimately they just fell a little short in this game.
Flowborn Tank, best Flowborn, it looks like here with BYL getting that double S and that MVP. As we said right from the beginning, unfortunate for the side of N19. They were on their back foot for most of that game, couldn't really take advantage of the early game, and man, a lot of great plays coming out here, being able to get into that back line and really withstood a lot of the, I almost felt like the tremor coming from Ayaka on this Leon Poe just was not as effective as it needed to be. You can see there, he's the MVP. He was able to really, like, he was utilizing it. He was catching members, but it just wasn't having the effect that he wanted it to, because BYL was still able to maneuver around, pick off the targets that they wanted to, and have the success in this first game.
Yeah, I mean, N19 were slowly crawling back into the game with some successful team fights, but ultimately they were just so far behind, and up against a team like BYL, right? Every advantage you give into their hands is going to be turned into something massive and going to be a hard fight for your team to deal with. So that's only the first game, right, Private? This is a 5-game series, standard ban pick, so a lot of options still available. And don't count N19 out. They've shown us how dominating they can be. So we are excited to see how they're able to kind of fix up some strategies and come back stronger in the next game forward.
Yeah, the one thing too is I want to say that we had noticed before that when BYL had talked about it, they had discussed that B tier mid was a big I want to say okay, we'll just call it a weakness for the team. I didn't want to. They just noticed that there were some mistakes that he made while he was in lane that they were really able to capitalize on. I didn't really see a lot of B tier mid really. I mean, we saw it last week. B tier mid from the opening minutes, it was like, okay, B tier mid is down. Okay, 6 minutes, he's down again. It's like, okay, man, we're gonna need to start talking with our teammate. I feel like he's closed that up here. He hasn't become the weakness, the weak link in his team that was able to be exploited last week here. It's just now there's other things that are being exploited that BYL is just doing a great job of.
Yeah, as we talked about, B tier mid in the clash lane, Fred in the jungle, Sway in the mid lane, but potentially it's going to be Pigwin again. Ayaka in the roam, and Kevin in the farm lane, who's actually trying his best to carry his team back in the game that last match.
Yeah, like I said, hats off B tier mid. Definitely kind of closed up those gaps in his gameplay that we saw from last week, and we've definitely taken notice. But their opponents, BYL, you can see Jay Wishing, man. Today he has turned it up. I don't remember. I mean, I know that we've been casting. We've talked about him a little bit, but not to the level that we've seen today. He has just carried this team on his shoulders for most of the part. The jungle being brought up by 27557. The mid lane being brought up by Ice. The roam being brought up by Schwan, and in the farm lane, Xing.
Yeah, I mean, they've proved us this week that they are not letting any game go. They've had a dominating series all throughout this entire morning, and now walking into the second draft of this series, let's see what the teams have in store for us.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and start right at the beginning here. N19 on the left there, looking to kind of maybe have an answer for BYL. Like we said, last weekend, they were able to kind of go toe-to-toe with BYL. But, I mean, I've seen it before when it comes to a lot of these clashing teams. Once a team figures out that little bit of kryptonite, it's hard to kind of close that exploit without kind of like redeveloping an entirely new strategy. Hopefully N19 hasn't been caught in that little bit of like a current where they've got their strategy figured out and they don't really have a rebound strategy to kind of combat that. Here that's what we're gonna be looking for, to see if they have something to kind of match back at BYL, because that last game, unfortunately, they were kind of taken apart. I don't even believe that N19 were able to get a tower from BYL, at least from what I remember at the 12-minute mark. It was just mostly BYL, great pushing power, great rotations. They just really understood the composition and how to be successful here. One of my more interesting picks is the pay pickup, just because, like I said, pay pick can be just one of those coin flips, which isn't really on you. It's on the rest of your team to kind of help facilitate these great games that you need to have to really be successful as a pay. But Jay Wishing back on the Byron.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Jerishing with the Byron. He was playing a different Byron than we see. And with Pei paired up with the Byron, if they're able to actually lock in that Mai, it's going to be a crazy early game for BYL. So let's see here. N19 did actually not ban it out yet. So it could be a Mai here that we're seeing.
You go, Tachiban. That is a big counter for the Pei. And I've talked about this before. I've seen these before, and I've casted games before with this hero. He has a great amount of stopping power for other assassins out there. If you can catch them with that stun and then be able to kind of take them down, whittle them down with your ult. The only problem is like what he provides as a usefulness for the rest of the composition for your team. He's like that one, he's the one person who can kind of basically just he tunnel visions on the assassin, but once that assassin's down, or if at 27 isn't part of the fight, I mean, Ferd on this Yukio, he's not gonna, he has problems with like what is his role in a lot of these fights, because he's very squishy, he's very mobile, so he can get out of harm's way a lot of the times. But when it comes to like team fights, he's one of those that kind of almost on the same level that a Pei is, that you want to get in, poke, get the damage, and then like hurry up and try to get yourself out of harm's way. Here, we're gonna see if it pays off for N19.
Yeah, just seeing like N19's ban is targeting out the B tier mid, trying to give B tier mid once again a tough game. He played pretty well on the Foods, so he's getting banned out again, and just Foods just in general gets banned out pretty much, right? And as we're talking about it, it's going to be the classic Mai, Pei, and Byron combo, and a lot of early game potential for BYL, right? So that is going to be a scary thing to respond to on the side of N19.
I don't hate the draft I see from N19 though to combat this. The early game gonna be a little slippery, gonna be a little harsh against something that we're gonna have to kind of live with. But I like what I see. We've got some great setting potential with B tier mid on the Dharma. We've got some great setting potential with the Lapu from Ayaka, and then you've got okay. This kind of throws up. Okay, we'll go with this. I was gonna go for the Zhao Chao, the pickup that they were gonna go with, because I like that you would have had the big AoE amount and a lot of this CC. So once the AoE comes out there, all the CC comes in to stop you from trying to run away from it. Here we've got the Hano pickup, so that means that once they get underneath the towers, we'll be able to get a little bit of resets. He's got those scepters that he can throw out that the more and more he connects with hitting the enemy, the more damage he does. We'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, I mean, the three marksmen getting swapped out for Chain are all very viable options, right? If you play the Direnjia, it has a lot of pushing potential, is able to shred down the tower super quickly. And looking at their composition, right, they're looking for an early finish. They're looking for an early to mid game win for the side of BYL, and they are executing exactly that. They got the marksman that can do his job and take down towers and be able to kind of rotate around the map by himself a little bit. So definitely BYL's composition is scary. It's a scary force to be reckoned with. So we have to see what response N19 has and how they execute their draft.
Yeah, really interesting for me is I feel like, especially the draft coming from BYL, I feel like it's a very invade heavy type of draft. They want to go in, they want to get the big damage that you can take advantage of right from the beginning. But this can also turn around on them. I feel like if the side of N19 can react fast enough, catch them in the jungle, catch them trying to be greedy, they might be able to flip this around in the early game.
Oh, we'll have to find out as we start this game. Very exciting matchup between the two sides. The second game in this best out of 5 series.
Yeah, you can see BYL. I mean, so far, no invades just yet. You see a little bit of a focus there by N19 to go ahead, push down into the mid lane. That's going to allow this early rotation from N19. Oh, you see a little bit of a scepter come out there from a Pigwin. Are they going to be able to pick up this bird, which is where the real, ooh, and hello, nice little pickup there coming in from Kevin, able to find themselves that bird. It's going to be a little bit more minions for them, a little bit more gold in their pocket, but Ice doing a great job with those fans on the backside, but hitting the tank. So far, N19, great job on the rotations. But like I said, here right now, both teams doing a good job being very patient. The side of BYL allowing 27 to clean up their mid, a good funnel strategy coming out of BYL.
Yeah, when you have something, but look, it's taking very low.
Oh! Yeah, this is one of those things when it comes to facing Elung that sometimes it's very hard to understand. Like his attacks will hit you about 6 seconds after he's last pressed his button because of the way a lot of his attacks and his abilities work. So sometimes you think you're out of harm's way, you think you're underneath the tower, but he's still got like 17 shots heading for you that have already left his bow. So amazing job there by N19. By Kevin there as well to go ahead find that first blood. But like we said, those first bloods, you still need to be able to make something happen out of some of those first bloods, be able to invade, be able to kind of clean up these lanes. And as of yet, we haven't seen N19 really been able to make that happen when it comes to some of these kills. They'll find kills, they'll find marks on the board, but will they be able to transition them into a tower kill, into a jungle invade? We have yet to see that just yet.
Yeah, but looks like still some battle happening in the bot lane, taking down very low on the side of Kevin.
Yeah, you can see they're doing some damage onto the minions there. We have a 3, actually almost a 4-man there. Oh, goes in with the big pop-up there, looking for a kill onto Ayaka, who's able to find himself a -2 safety. Juan actually moving himself a little bit forward, was getting a little bloodthirsty there. They do not find the kill, and N19 lived to fight another day. Still got 1 kill on the board, just 1 up on BYL, but you can see, take a look at the gold. It's still very, very even. A real big influence on BYL's farming ability, their ability to continue to get up the macro. Ayaka in trouble there, takes a fan, a big pop-up, and a flash comes out from Ayaka to get away from that Maishiranu. You knew that push was about to come. He was able to quickly get himself out of harm's way with his dash.
Yeah, I mean, it is looking very, especially even this game, a bit of clashing happening in the top lane, but with both the Overlord and Tyrant spawning in the 32nd, both teams are not looking to take a death just now.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I feel like the focus Ferd has visited top lane there. You saw him actually get a nice little bit of a stun and some damage onto some of the members there, but he's just not able to find. They need to do a better job of like isolating where 27 is on the map when they're going to try to engage, because that's where the counter really comes in. That's where you really want to be able to be using this Yukio Tachiban. The problem is they just really have not been able to find 27 the pie, but we have the engagement. We have the Tyrant here coming up. So we have the potential of all teams kind of meeting here at the center. 27 going to go ahead and disengage. You see Ice on that Maishiranu. They're going to dodge some of that damage. Big pop up and push. And Ferd able to secure himself a Tyrant. He gets hit by a Tremor. Looking for an escape. Dodges himself a fan coming from Ice. And just like that, getting away like thieves in the night. Pigwin on the other side here was going to look for a little bit of a cleanup, but not able to find it. N19 find themselves a Tyrant, but just not enough to kind of push their way into the jungle just yet.
But that was a crucial steal, right? The amount of resources that BYL put to get that Tyrant and able to let a Fur just walk away out of harm's way, that is in itself incredible.
Ooh, great Tooth Mantra and CC coming out from the side of N19 to pick themselves up another kill. 3-0, 4-0, as we see underneath the bottom tower there. Unfortunate for Ice coming in on that Maishiranu just a second too late. I'm not even sure if they were able to get that tower just yet. Ferd comes in at the bottom. Looks like they're going to go ahead, try to put some pressure onto this bottom jungle. They do find themselves a minion. But this is what you want to see from N19. They start getting kills. They start getting momentum. Invade the jungle is where it really starts to counter. When you start taking away that farm from your enemies, when you start pushing into the tower of your enemies is where it really starts to count. Now going under A little bit of a damage here under for Jay Wishing. Ooh, you can see forward here in a great position, but a great job by Jay Wishing to read the map. He's still so close to his tower. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get him. He dives underneath the bush. He actually might be able to get away here. A big pop-up landed underneath the tower, and Ferd able to finish the job. I think like Jay Wishing got a little too eager, a little too greedy with his abilities, thought he would be able to walk it off underneath his tower, and gets taken out. That's going to be 5-0 for N19.
I mean, even though the first game didn't go in his way, but this game they're not throwing any punches. It's N19.
Unfortunately there for Kevin, flash there by Schwan does find its mark in a tremor, able to take down the N19 farm laner. Now we do have Penguin coming in for the bottom lane. Are they gonna be able to save this? They does look like Ayaka picks up that minion, so a little bit of wasted time there from BYL, but now pushing the minions into the bottom lane. 5-1 right now, and just under, basically just under a 1K gold lead by N19. We do see that Overlord getting picked up by BYL. Big push up comes out there. Is that going to be enough? Not enough, as Kevin comes in putting on the damage from the side of Yaka. Just narrowly misses his dash in, doesn't catch anybody, and allows BYL a little bit of breathing room and an escape. Speaking of which, now you can see that flash coming out there. Big Tremor comes out, catches two members underneath the tower. B tier mid finds himself a set onto two members, but it is not enough. Both teams walk away to lick their wounds.
Yeah, but there is a Overlord marching down the lanes that will give BYL a little bit of breathing room. But even though there's a huge kill difference at this point of the game, there's not much of a gold lead actually. It's closing down the gold lead just by about 1K is BYL. Still looking very strong and dominant, and the only thing is K is only sitting at a 6K gold.
Yeah, so they're trying to hold him down. Big Tremors underneath of the tower there. Ayaka moved just a bit too forward, and BYL eat him for lunch. Immediately taking advantage of, I want to say, maybe a miss button there. He goes just a little bit too far forward, out of the range of his tower, and gets chewed down. N19 still in a little bit of a lead here, but that gold difference really starting to kind of, it's really not a difference. Basically, they're still so tied up. It's anybody's game here. As you can see, Dragons here going and pressing onto that bottom lane, and that will be a tower for BYL.
Yeah, and right now looking to start something in this tower and pick. BYL is at a great position to seize this, and they don't want, once again, to be able to lose it again.
Yeah, and with that, they have a little bit of a damage on their side. They did try a little bit to find a little bit of a set there onto B tier mid, but it's not exactly what they were looking for, so they don't continue on with this fight. Speaking of which, you can see there, trying to get a little bit of damage onto them. Juan dashes up there, but does not find a mark. Now, both teams resetting on the map.
And looking at that, just with that one Tyrant fight, is BYL closing the gold gap and actually coming on top. Right now is exactly even, but at one point they were just a little bit ahead and coming back into this game.
Yeah, really interesting thing here is we see that Pei has picked up the anti-heal, and the Ice has not picked up the Venomous Staff. So they're going to go ahead and put that on to their jungler instead of the mage, allowing that allows MySharenu to really kind of build up that burst a lot earlier than you usually would see in some of these types of matches here. Now, already doing a good job starting to plant flags in N19's jungle is BYL. They are, there's nothing to stop them. Now you can see this blue, this purple buff now is up, ready to for the takings, as BYL going to go ahead, look for the invade. I'm not even sure who got them. Doesn't look like N19 was able to do it, as BYL goes ahead with the big invade. Truth Mantra comes out, taps on the 4 people, and down. N19's able to chunk them down. You can see the dashes coming out there from Schwan. Ice looking for a getaway. The Infinite Vastness looking for a kill onto Ice. Is he going to be able to find it? Kevin with the marks, and he's still alive. Ice, he's dancing around. Kevin does not want any more of that fight there, but does eventually take down Ice. A great set coming out with the truth mantra from B tier mid. Surprised 4 members of BYL, allowed N19 to find those amazing kills.
Yeah, and that does give them the opportunity to open up the map just a bit more, right? Taking up that top lane and allowing themselves more time and more space. But do they actually see Struan camping out here?
Yeah, you can see Schwan right now just looking for an opportunity to get that Tremor ultimate out there. Oh, now Tremor is out. 25% on to this Tyrant. It is reset. Now they're going to have to actually turn their attention. They do find a kill on to 27. Shay Wishing might be in a bad place here between 4 members of N19. They do a great job of chunking him down. There's only 3 members of BYL left, while N19 turn their attention back on to this Tyrant.
I mean, Kevin is putting his team on his back and thriving under pressure, right? First game, he did a lot, but this game, he's really able to maximize his advantage.
Oh, you can see there, Big Sun that goes on the Shing there. And I want to say too, Ferd is doing a great job getting in, getting those stuns, putting on the damage for his team. Maybe a little bit of a mistake here. I'm actually you see the Venomous Staff has already been picked up by Pigwin on this Hano as well. So they've got the anti-heal. B tier mid has the anti-heal on him as well. Now we're going to start pressing onto this mid tower. This is the only thing I feel like that is the issue for N19 is I feel like we're a little bit slower when it comes to getting these objectives, getting these towers. Yeah, we got a great fight, but did we transition that into something? Now that it comes time to try to put the pressure onto this tower, we're struggling. Now they do find a kill onto Ice. You see the Infinite Vastness coming out, 27, running back for the hills. B tier mid on the backside, gonna try to create that distance, but still the mid tower is up. So was it all for naught?
Yeah, that's the macro difference, right? Even though they're so much ahead in terms of kills, they're only a few thousand gold ahead overall, and the map is looking pretty even.
Yeah, there's 2 tier 2s down for the side of BYL on the side lanes here, but I want to say that mid tower, the BYL is doing such a great job of protecting it like it's the only tower left. And it's honestly a great strategy too, because the mid tower is so important to opening up the map. Once you're able to take down that mid tower, you lose. Once you lose your own mid tower, you lose a lot of ability to maneuver around the map, to be able to disengage. Ooh, Juan takes a decent amount of damage. Look at that, 50% of a tank's, the roam's health taken out by that ultimate coming out from Ferd on that Yukio Tachiban. And that's what you get in that late game, is how much damage and sustain that he has. Jay Wishing goes ahead, answers into this bush in between 3 members now on the side here. Kevin laying on the damage, looking to put away. Now continuing on, 27 on the bad way. Shing gonna have to use his flash to get away. N19 doing a great job pushing BYL out of their own jungle, all on the back of Kevin, who is doing such a great job laying on the suppressive fire. The rest of N19 protecting him as he continues with that suppressive fire.
I mean, the amount of damage is able to just like shred out with his abilities, and nothing on the side of BYL to close the distance and close the gap and get to Kevin.
Yeah, Ayaka here. Do we have the 3 members now in enemy territory? I'm not even sure who was able to get that. Yeah, it looked like Yukio was able to get it, but now they're going to be able to turn it around there. Ice able to find himself a kill and taken out in answer. A great reply coming from N19. 1 for 1. N19 BYL as N19 pushes their way through the mid lane. A much better game here than the first, as you can see. Ooh, Shing does get a big pushback onto Ferd, but the rest of N19 closes ranks around him, making sure that he doesn't get killed.
Yeah, this is what happens when you layer up this purely early to mid game composition. If you're not able to get that snowball, get that early game advantage that your comp and your win condition requires, you're falling behind when we're at the 15-minute mark. It's just going inside and immediately gets taken down.
Yeah, finally, a great success for N19, who have been finally able to push into that mid lane, finally able to kind of do the damage that they wanted to. You can see there, 27 comes in. He's only able to find a NAKA, and that's not really where you want your jungler to be fighting against a tank. So great job by N19. The rotations that they have, making sure that some of their squishier members are not envisioned, making sure that a NAKA is always out there, just like really tanking a lot of these abilities, just really showing himself and being the menace that he needs to, and the distraction, while the rest of N19 take up another tyrant.
Yeah, another tyrant, another overlord marching down the base of BYL, sitting at 12 kills versus 4, and a pretty sizable gold lead finally at this point in the game.
Yeah, and N19, like we've talked about, they have been the team that have been closest to being able to take down BYL here, looking for another notch to add to their belt here, able to take down the high ground towers at the bottom, looking to the next two at the mid and top lane.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. The entire map is open for them. Now, they just have to kind of, because they also have the advantage of their late game composition, right? You've seen the AoE and the Lone just come online, and there's nothing really to stop him right now, Private.
Oh, 27 got caught in that bush, bounced around, and taken down. That's a big amount of damage. Your jungler has been taken out, and now they need to try to defend this mid. Actually, there is one more high ground tower up at the top. They don't have the minions of the bottom lane, so they are going to have to disengage from this fight, but one more high ground tower up at top left for BYL.
Yeah, and this time around, N19 has a team fight composition, so they're executing it perfectly, right? We have a big pyramid just helping out his team as a Dharma. One good said, enemy is walking into their own coffin.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, is that BYL, they have to be very careful about how they do some of these engagements. Even if Swan gets a great setup, if you try to engage on them in their jungle, you have to group up, and that is leaving a great opportunity for B tier mid to come in with that truth mantra. They're afraid of that because they got caught with that, and that was allowing N19 to turn this around. So now they have to be wary about where they do some of these engagements, where B tier mid is on the map before they get caught again. And unfortunately, it doesn't leave them much of an avenue for success here. Last high ground tower for N19, putting the pressure onto BYL. Big Tremor comes on into the back lines. You can see the infinite vastness activated by Kevin coming in deep into the back line, trying to take out Ching, who does able to get away there. Ice down for the count. Oh, and now Jay Wishing into the back line, trying to find himself some damage if he can, and down goes Jay Wishing. N19 actually have to turn this around. We do have a little bit of a revive coming in there for Ford. N19 15-6. Oh, you can see Juan, it wasn't quite finished. Wanted to kind of continue on this fight. Unfortunately, 3 members left for N19, B tier Midford and NAKA able to disengage.
I mean, that does leave an opening for BYL, right? They have their jungler still up and ready, 3 versus 3 right now, and at this point in the game, the gold difference is not going to matter for both teams. They're probably all decked out in items, and does like BYL will secure this overlord.
Yeah, and this is what we talk about when it comes to advantage and being able to use that advantage to get objectives here. N19, as soon as BYL able to push back onto N19 BYL, they go for the objective. Now they have a Shadow Overlords in their pocket, and now they're going to be very close. I think there's still 1 minute from the Tempest Dragon being up.
Yeah, I mean, what turned from a terrible start for BYL is now looking heavily into their favor. I mean, as long as they take down Kevin, who is carrying his team on his shoulders, they have an opportunity. As long as he can go the distance and get the backline, they can actually turn the game around.
Yeah, 30 seconds left here. You can see a great job by BYL now starting to enforce their will through the mid lane. And unfortunately, I feel like the lanes are kind of the worst part for N19. They want most of their fights to be in the jungle, in these tight corners. That allows B tier mid to find these great angles for the sets, for that truth mantra to kind of get the great stuns onto the enemy team. When you're fighting in the jungle, I feel like it's a lot harder. Now we have the Tempest Dragon. We're going to see if the fight really begins for both of these teams. still tied. Well, actually, I want to say a little bit of a lead, but you wouldn't know it by the way that N19 is playing and the way that BYL really enforces their will in this jungle. NAKA dashes out of the way of a tremor coming from Juan. Now 27, and the rest of his team, BYL, looking to get a good position on this Tempest Dragon. They're going to go ahead and start there, forcing for N19. That's going to have to try to answer this. They also got Overlords up at the top lane that they're going to have to answer to as well. The longer this fight goes on, the worse it is for N19. You can see BYL, they're juggling around. They don't even want the Tempest Dragon. They just want to continue to waste time for N19. And now you see B tier mid has to go answer it. And I feel like the moment he shows himself on the map is going to be the moment BYL decides to immediately go all in on this Tempest Dragon. You can see them right now dancing around it, looking for an engagement here. Pigwin throws out some more scepters here forward on the opposite side. 4 members there for BYL looking to try to start into here. Out comes the infinite vastness from Kevin. That's going to be an ultimate down. 50% now on this dragon. You can see Yukio now on the side looking for an angle to try to get in here. Down goes Lung. Kevin is down. The rest of BYL turn their attention to N19. Ayaka in a bad way behind 5 members of BYL looking for an escape. Ford comes in, initiates a little bit of damage there to cover his escape, but B tier mid has to answer the dragon. Immediately, BYL turned their attention back to the Tempest. Meanwhile, Overlord just got taken down by B tier mid, 50%. 30%. Are they going to be able to find it? They're not able to close the distance. 20%. BYL looking at the 10% mark. Are they going to be able to find it? A big pickup. 27 scoops up the Tempest Dragon. And this might be the turnaround that N19 was not expecting.
Oh, what a great macro control from BYL, right? They were behind this entire game, but they timed perfectly getting that Overlord marching down the lanes well. They put pressure on the Tempest Dragon pit and allowing them to have the control over the jungle and putting N19 at a chokehold, right? They don't know what to respond, and ultimately they did lose the Tempest Dragon.
Ooh, looking for some damage here. Ford actually gonna have to disengage here. Big revive comes up there. Ford actually able to get away. Ayaka and the rest of his teammate able to find themselves a kill. Ooh, wishing from the side does not want any of that fight. And now N19 have to answer the call of these Tempest Dragons starting to crash down at their gates.
Oh man, I mean, I did not expect the game to go this long, right? Right now we're at the 23-minute mark. Both sides not letting it go very easy, but we do see Kevin back online, right? So he, as long as he stays alive, right, his team still has a chance at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, we're at the Marco. We see Ayaka taking a lot of damage there. He actually might be taken out there. He's going to have to go for the safety of that bush. Now turning their attention to the rest of the team. BYL do back step a little bit there now. Still have these Tempest Dragons crashing at all of the lanes. A great amount of breathing room for BYL, who can continue to put on this pressure and only have the one more high ground tower to truly match this up to a 50-50 game.
I mean, they're on a time crunch, right? They have so many things in their hands, and the humongous shield on the side of BYL.
Yeah, you can see right here, Ayaka takes a decent amount of damage now coming in. Big tremor comes in, lands on the 2 members. Are they going to be able to find the damage? Oh, looking for a truth mantra on the backside. Schwan is trying to find himself an escape. They were able to surprise Xing, and a big pop-up lands on the 27. Looking for an escape on that pay pickup. Look at the shield coming on to 27 with that pay. Immense amounts of sustain coming out from BYL, covering their escape and getting them away from these towers. A free tower at the bottom lane, or a free amount of tower gets taken there for BYL. Minions able to take that down. It's only one more high ground at the mid lane for N19.
I mean, now is looking at it could be anyone's game, right? We are at the 24-minute mark. Another Tempest Dragon ready to spawn anytime soon, and both teams don't want to lose it at this point, right? But the first one weren't able to exactly close out the game for the side of BYL. They are missing that damage, and if they don't take that chain, that Kevin off the map, they are going to be looking at some trouble.
Yeah, and the one thing though that I found that when it comes to this teams is I feel like BYL do a great job of making sure that their lanes are always pushing, even when the engagements happen. It's always that N19 has to answer, has to reply, or they have like a time limit on how long this engagement needs to go, because BYL have done such a great job of making sure that these side lanes are always crashing in. It keeps N19 split up. It keeps them having to answer at all these different angles on the map, and even when they want to get some of these objectives, there's a time limit on it, and BYL do such a great job of being able to kind of elongate out these fights. Here, going ahead and coming back in here, Penguin is going to have to find himself a little bit of an engagement. Resurrection coming out there as Ice able to find himself and escape. Down goes Penguin on the backside. Kevin getting chased away. He's looking to close this game out. 50% at N19 with the sneak. Just as I was talking about the macro ability of BYL, N19 come to tie things up.
Wow, what an incredible game played out by both teams. The longest game we've seen in this entire tournament, and a great second game for N19. Kevin carrying his team on his back and ultimately found the sneaky play to close out the game and secure a victory for his team.
Yeah, a great game there too. Even B tier mid was able to do such a great job on this Dharma pickup. It's actually kind of amazing because usually it's what you see banned out, and this is the reason, is because of the angles he can kind of get in there, find that truth mantra, and really surprise. There was one at the beginning of the game, I think landed on 4 members of N19 and sent them reeling. Here you could see the domination. N19 most of the game was, I want to say 90% of the game, just in a firm goal lead, but unfortunately for BYL, N19 able to find that squeeze in there at the end, just when BYL was starting to start getting things warm for them, starting to feel it in themselves.
Wow, I mean, that game was a roller coaster of a ride. I mean, we almost thought that BYL had it with the Tempest Dragon teams. Usually, if you secure the Tempest Dragon, it's looking heavily into your favor, especially if you don't lose a team fight as well. But ultimately, they had more of an early game comp. Towards the late game, if you don't kill Chain, if you don't kill the Kevin, if you don't get that Dragon Boy out of your face, it's going to be very tough for your team when you have nothing to close the distance.
Well, yeah, and even then, if you can try to stretch out your composition as much as you can to try to get to that back line, get to Kevin, and then you're competing with an infinite vastness that maybe lured your team a little too far into the back line. And that was one of the great things about some of the plays they did here, is Kevin was able to kind of lure the team into the jungle where B tier mid was lying in wait to get some of those truth mantras out. So a great job by the team to really be able to execute and bait out a lot of some of these abilities. The problem was it kind of started turning around on them toward the end of that game. And then here, I want to say just a great ability to see on the map what was going on and where they had an opening. It's like, oh man, we just lost somebody, but we've got this giant wave heading towards mid. We can do this. And finally able to close the book there and surprise BYL. Now tying things up to 1-1 apiece.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like this series can go to the distance, right? That's what we want to see as well. And for N19, that was a hard game to finish, but they proved victorious and put themselves on the map. Now, with that being said, it was a very long game. So teams need a little short break. We also need to get some water in. So make sure you guys also grab some drinks, grab some popcorns, and we'll see you in a minute.
Grandpa? What happened in the monkey story?
Anoman. Yes, he made a promise to bring Cinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught, and flames rose. A huge fire.
He is a legend.
yes, a man will always admire.
And we are back. This is the semifinals of the playoff stage. I'm your caster, Liz, alongside Private. We just saw an intense game and two teams now tied at 1-1.
Yeah, running out of nails. That was a real biter for a lot of our fans and a lot of our viewers. They're watching that game. Over 20 minutes there, had a Tempest Dragons coming out, and eventually it was I wouldn't even call it a sneak base push, but very great job by N19 to kind of see where they had the advantage on the map and be able to push through to find themselves an open core.
Yeah, an open core they found, even though it was a tough march ahead, but they found themselves victorious, and now they're tied up against BYL. Let's take a look at the brackets so far. What we've seen today, 1-1 right now is BYL versus N19. Whoever wins will proceed into the grand finals tomorrow, and whoever loses will be dropped down into the loser final and will be playing up against Flash Smilodon.
Yeah, that's earlier here. Both of these teams already earned their share and their seat here at the winners final. You can see BYL overtaking Flash Smilodon 2-0, and then N19 overtaking Midnight Thieves 2-0. The loser of this will, the BYL taking on N19, will tomorrow face Flash Smilodon to get a second chance, but it's already been a very even game. We've talked about this before, a real grudge match. BYL taking on N19 last weekend already. N19 able to push BYL to the limits. Unfortunately, BYL continued their winning ways. They've been so dominant here through the last 3 weeks here, been so dominant here even today with how well that they've been playing. But N19 have been able to find the little spice in their recipes to be able to overtake their opponents.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely right. Last game, BYL had an early game comp, although N19 did a great job early game to not let BYL get their advantage of their win condition. Ultimately, they were able to push to their limits and use that macro advantage that they have, their macro capabilities to drag the game out. And they almost had a successful comeback, but ultimately their composition fell off in the late game, and N19 reigned supreme in that matchup. But now we are walking into third game, right, Private?
Yeah, that's going to be the third game, and the one thing that I wanted to kind of touch a little bit on is we talked a little bit about B tier mid, how last weekend he was kind of pointed out as being one of the issues for N19. As we go into this draft, B tier mid has actually, I feel like, really kind of closed up those gaps, even in that last game, becoming a vital reason for the success for N19, finding these great angles on that Dharma to find those sets with those truth mantras, setting at one point 4 members for BYL. He was just been doing a great job, especially in that jungle. And unfortunately for BYL, they just didn't have the answer to it, to the point that they were almost, I feel like, afraid to engage inside the jungle, because there was that fear that at any moment that B tier mid would be able to find that angle, set them again. So they had to be very careful about some of their engagements, only really fighting out in the open, finding some of these guys catching some of the guys off guard, rotating a little bit late here. But man, a great game, and it's great to see the development from these teams, especially from N19 and B tier mid. Like we said, I was a little afraid to see the performance today, see maybe if he cracked under it, but it feels like he really kind of closed up some of those gaps in his gameplay and has really come on strong, to the point that I feel like he's doing a great job. Almost, he might not have got the MVPs, but I feel like he's an outstanding star so far for N19. Of course, there's also, I want to say, on the side of BYL, Jay Wishing has been doing a great job when it comes to that Clash lane as well. He has been brought up, we've seen from the early games, able to kind of read out that there wasn't enough anti-heal from his opponents, and on his Byron, absolutely tanked, I want to say, 4 members at a time. So, I mean, it was a great job for them to be able to kind of find that. Here, as we take a look at some of these bans, we do have Pei taken off the board, Chicha and Zhang Fei taken off for N19, and the pickup, Pigwin's going to be on the Mai Shiranui. Byron picked up by B tier mid. We already know how strong, we've seen earlier how strong that the Byron has been. And Ferd is looking on to this Neza pickup, who I want to say just recently got a little bit of a change to some of his abilities, and has kind of come up. I don't, dare I say, haven't seen him become like this huge issue for teams, but it's been something that's kind of pushed him to the top of the meta for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. We do see on the side of 19, they ban out once again the Fuzi on their side this time, and picking up the Mai paired up with the Byron, something that they had a hard time to close out the game with. But this time, will they be able to kind of execute it in the same level that BYL was, when they don't even have the Pei paired up with them, right? So some options still available right now. They are looking at missing some damage, so they definitely need to grab themselves a more of a late game marksman. Channel is still open for the side of N19. Some options still available for grabs.
Yeah, as we move on to the second banning phase that has closed down, we're looking for some of the rest of these pickups. You do see that the Leon Po has been taken off the board for them. Didia taken off, as well as the Footsie and the Flowborn taken off by N19. Now, as we see that Jay Wishing's going to go ahead and pick up the Han Ashin and the Ogren on the side of BYL N19. It's very interesting that they see that. I always find it kind of funny, because you have the Flowborn picked up by Kevin, and you have them banning out the Flowborn. So that's just the value you get there. Dong Huang picked up by the side of N19. So Ayaka is going to be able to scoop that up.
Ooh, it does look like they're changing their mind last minute, considering getting that Dachau and having that macro playmaking potential for their team, and also considering other options. I mean, so many options available right now, right? But what will they lock down? They are still, I would say, missing a little bit of damage. They don't have something to go, like BYL looking pretty tanky with that odd one, right? Does look like Yuhuan will be what they decide on. She does provide some damage as well, right? On top of the sustain that she's able to offer the team. She is also a mage, a hero, so I think this is a pretty good option, pretty safe for the side of N19.
Yeah, it's a safe option. I still feel like, well, you just brought it up. The damage, not huge on the side of N19. They've got a very sustaining, very CC heavy composition from their side. And when it comes to BYL, they do have a big, nice sustaining front line as well. But I feel like the damage is just a little bit further on their side. We'll see how well some of these compositions clash in against each other here. Ladies and gentlemen, we are looking at the tiebreaker between BYL and N19.
Yeah, third game into the series, 3 men clashing down the mid lane for the side of BYL.
Yeah, and you can see the fresh, big focus at the mid lane. You have 3 members from BYL already going to start on there. NAKA taking a little bit of damage. They're going to go ahead, push in these minions very quickly for the side of BYL. They're going to try to get 27 farmed up as quickly as possible on this Argrin pickup. Big pushback on the Pigwin. They don't want to allow 27 any breathing room that they can go ahead and maybe be a little bit of a nuisance. Big pop-up lands on to Xuan, who's going to go ahead and escort back down to the bottom lane, at least to let Xing know that they are coming. You see there, nice big push up there, does push away 2 of them.
Yeah, still a lot of damage with his spell kit for Chain, but having a Yuhuan and a Mai kind of closed down a bit on the damage compartment. I mean, Mai is more of a 1 versus 1 target lock kind of battle mage, right? But paired with the Yuhuan, you're able to dash out some damage in the early game and really get your advantage at your comp requires. This game's still a pretty early game comp for N19, so we'll have to see if one of these turn into a successful team fight.
Yeah, you can see a big teammate there. This is what I like to see when I see an Ogren on the team or a Pei on the team. The allowance from the rest of the teams as he comes up to your lane, they kind of just like step back, allow him to feast on their minions to get that big funnel up there, so that they allow him to get as much gold as quickly as possible. All these abilities out there just completely misses. N19 zigzag around there. Ooh, big pop up comes out there. This might be it for Ice. Gonna have to use that push out there to get himself out to safety. Now it looks like the Maishir knows in a bad way, but they do fight on the back end. Neza forward, able to find the kill there, but might have bitten off a little bit more than he can chew. 27 on the disengage, trying to find the damage he could, and Ford able to get away. 1 on the board for N19.
Oh, that was so close, right? Noja for the save and able to actually walk out of harm's way with a sliver of health. And what a great play for both teams. Gold lead still is very even.
Yeah, and that's kind of the value you have from Neza on there too, because he's able to use that ability to kind of flip over. Even if somebody's blocking his way to try to get away, he could just flip over them and boom, he's on the other side of them and now trying to find himself an escape. NAKA comes in here, is using that mournful tempo to try to find the stun, but does not find the mark.
Yeah, but she has so much mobility, right? So, and sustain as well. So, but looks like taking down very low is tuition.
Yeah, but on that footsie, he's going to have a lot of regen there. You can see already. And this is where we're going to see like those venomous staffs are the venomous staffs are going to come in handy there. The blazing capes are going to come in handy to really kind of isolate down a lot of that regen that he has. We already saw how dangerous he is on other regen heroes like the Byron that B tier mid is on as well.
Yeah, I mean, Fatia is still a pretty tanky boy, so Wall and DB is still in harm's way. But looking at just the damage that Nuance already shedding on her side, if BYL gets the late game, they are going to be very serious.
Ooh, big pop-up lands there on Ford, who might be in a little bit of trouble here, looking for an escape. NAKA actually might be in a little bit of trouble here, dashes over to the side, gets underneath the bush. Down goes Ford, and looking to make themselves a nice little bit of a impression here at the Tyrant. They don't even have enough people here for N19, so a great job by BYL to find that kill immediately and then turn to the Tyrant.
Yeah, I mean, this Tyrant was a pretty easy grab for BYL. No contest whatsoever. That is one advantage into one objective already into their pockets. 1K gold lead ahead of N19, whose draft kind of relies on early game dominance.
Yeah, and this is just something that I've always been talking about BYL when it comes to some of the opponents that they faced here. It just feels like every single time BYL goes in, there is like a 3-step plan that's going in. It's not just about the kill. It's not just about finding one person that's caught out. It's always about, all right, we have this person. It's like these stars aligned and that's when they attack. It's not just one thing. It's that they know that they can get the kill. They know that they can get the advantage. They know that they can push. Here, you saw the Tyrant was about to come up. So they're like, all right, let's try to get the advantage on this Tyrant. We're going to immediately find this kill onto Ferd. So a great job by BYL. You see there a Venomous Staff already picked up by Ice.
Yeah, I mean, Ice is looking pretty comfortable right now at 3K gold. The odd one is actually 4.3K gold, the highest gold on this entire map.
Yeah, so BYL, I mean, doing a great job, especially with this Ogren. Like I said, they're really kind of feasting in there on the side lane. Ooh, great job by Kevin to read that out. And he was 2 towers behind. He was almost back at the base by the time they tried to engage onto him. So he read that very well. Now going underneath the towers, looking for an advantage here. Yaka gets popped up there and some damage coming out from BYL, but no worse for wear. RN19. 1-1 apiece here and starting to narrowly get their farm ahead is BYL.
Yeah, I mean, narrowly getting their farm ahead. I mean, every game, right? Even if they lose a team fight, they're still farming very well and taking control of their jungle, of their map, and look at bot lane, Private.
Oh, Kevin trying to zigzag, put on his dancing shoes, but he was not able to boogie oogie woogie his way out of that and gets taken down 2-1 for BYL. They just came at Kevin from every angle of that tower. There was a BYL member there trying to press down onto Kevin, but that's going to go ahead and leave it open for B-tier mid to find himself a tower here for N19.
I mean, it kind of understood it, right? In the previous 2 games, Kevin did so much for his team at both games. So now, really for BYL, they need to kind of shut him down early on in his game. Give him a hard time in his own farming, not letting him get the items he needs to hit his power spike. And that itself will do a lot for BYL in taking control and staying in control of the game.
Yeah, and that has been the big thing for a lot of these teams is when it comes to the advantage and what we've been talking about. You talked about it. Even if you're behind, even if you're taking debts, still somehow able to farm their way ahead. And that's why when they get ahead, it's so detrimental because not only are they ahead, they're starting to get their farm even more and more put together. And it just really comes into line, especially when it comes into the macro. Now, Jay Wishing starting to push onto the top. B-tier mid. Ooh, a great clash there coming in from Ferd, who crashes in to go ahead and try to offset that top lane push there. Does a great job of it, but now we still have this Overlord. Are we going to be able to kind of come in as N19 looking at about 50%? They're not able to kind of push the button just yet, looking for an angle to come in here. You see a Yaka waiting for it, and unfortunately for N19, BYL going to go ahead, scoop that up and expand their lead just a little bit more.
I mean, Noja was all the way on the bot lane clearing lane, so it was in no position to contest, but
yeah, you saw that the unending sorrow coming out from Ayaka there. Unfortunately, used a little bit defensively. I usually like them to be able to kind of go in with that mournful tempo, get that stun, and be able to kind of use the unending sorrow to get back out of harm's way. That allows the team to kind of take out a lot of those abilities that BYL might use here. Now gonna go in, big pop-up does find Ching on this long, and now a great pickup there for N19. Ooh, another one here. They might have been able to surprise Schwan. Oh, not able to find it. You see there now going on to this Tyrant. They might be able to scoop this up. You can see the rest of BYL, unfortunately, not in a great position to contest it. Picked up there by Ferd.
Yeah, I mean, we like to see a mage that's shiny and popping off on Angela, but at the same time also doing God's work on something like the Mai. So Pigwin is really making a scene for us today.
Yeah, on this My Share Nui, he's been trying to do his due diligence here, because he understands that, especially as you get to the mid, as you get to the late game, you want, oh, he's going to be able to find. Oh, he just misses with that fan there. He got caught there. They got a little too close to that bush there. Oh, you see 27 coming in here. Oh, look at the big knockbacks onto B tier mid, who's taking a heap of damage. Got to use that flash to get out of harm's way. Infinite. Oh no, that's actually the mournful sorrow coming out from a NAKA, looking for an escape. Down goes B tier mid. Kevin is next on the chopping block, gets taken out. Pigwin 3 down for N19 as BYL shove hard into the jungle of N19, scooping up 3 kills along their way, expanding their kill lead to 5-2.
I mean, it's just a great synergy coming in from the eyes from Chain and 27, right? We got the front line and got 2 backliners who's able to do so much damage and push the enemy back into their safe zone.
Yeah, NAKA. The one thing I just really haven't seen some great initiations that I usually like to see when it comes to having a Yu-Huan on your team. As we take a look at some of the items here, you do see that the Venomous Staff and you see the anti-heal picked up there by Neza as well. So they're going to be trying to kind of stop down this 27. Wishing as well, Xuan. So they're just such a big tanky front line, but it's also backed up by the fact that as we get later and later, you're going to have Ching, you're going to have Ice on this new one. You're going to have a huge amount of damage to really kind of play into that late game. Now putting their efforts down onto this Tyrant, 50%, and there's not much that N19 can do to contest. They don't, they're wishing kind of hiding up here at this top bush. It doesn't look like anybody's going to get caught by that just yet, as they're doing a great job of kind of like sticking together.
Yeah, sticking together, but also you wishing just by being here provide so much vision, right?
Yeah, B tier mid's gonna go all the way around to get back to his tower. Didn't want any of that fight there. You do see the infinite vastness coming out there. Does miss its engagements onto N19, but the flank coming onto them here, putting them down to about 50%. They're gonna have to run for the safety of their tower. They go up to the top lane to try to stop that push. I believe there's a rogue minion hitting that tower up there. He was able to make it to the back line somehow. And you can see now that Pigwin gonna go ahead, try to clear up that mid, as the rest of BYL still trying to continue on this pressure. They don't want to give up the lane just yet. Don't want to like try to get too far out of vision of the Overlord. Want to make sure that they're continually having this presence throughout the map. And this is what I've been talking about, how well BYL balances these lanes. There's always minions pushing, always macroing there. At N19, not only do they have to worry about the fights, but they also have to worry at some opportune moments that there's going to be minions crashing at their towers if they don't pay attention. And BYL just does it so well to kind of keep up this pressure.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely putting in pressure, right? They're keeping N19 busy. They gotta check up their lanes. They gotta prepare for objective fights. They got to not let themselves fall behind. Now, for everybody watching at home, there's going to be another giveaway on the screen for 100 Dragon Crystals. That's the code you see on screen. Make sure you be the first to grab one of these Dragon Crystals.
Oh man, on the back end, we do have a little bit of engagement there. Pigwin goes down, Annihilation Laser is out there. Kevin running for the hills if he can try to get away. Incoming teleport forward is running if he could try to get himself away to safety. Kevin on the back foot there doing a great job with some of that kiting to be able to kind of lay on the damage to cover down Kevin's escape. But that is only 2 members. Another 3 go down for N19, expanding this kill lead to 8-2.
Yeah, and the gold lead now to about a 5k gold lead in favor of BYL, and now taking this Overlord probably with no contents, and that's going to put even more pressure on the lanes for N19 that's already not looking so great.
And this is what we've kind of been talking about when it comes to just when N19 have the advantage, when BYL have the advantage, there is just a different amount of things going on. BYL just feel like they are controlling so many aspects when they have the lead, when they have the advantage, whether it's being in the jungle, whether it's always pushing the lanes, or making sure that all of this pressure is mounted onto N19. Oh, and down goes Pigwin. The rest of his team was too late to come up there to try to find the support support for him. B tier mid, ooh, just narrowly dodges an annihilation in the back lane. Ford goes in looking for a kill, not able to find it. The rest of BYL now going to use that as an opportunity to take down this high ground tower at the mid, and you can see that Overlord at the bottom just going into a wide open base. Just one more high ground tower left for N19.
Yeah, one more high ground tower, and the Shadow Overlord, the big boss, hasn't even made it to their high ground yet, and already we see the map wide open, the base right open for BYL.
Yeah, and I think we talked about this a little bit earlier, the damage on the side of N19. It just, especially as far as like the magic side of it, you've got Pigwin who's looking to try to come in and find these opportunities, a NAKA on the Yuhuan as well. But when it's just up to Kevin by himself, he's trying as much as he can, but he's not able to really kind of break through these lines of BYL. We talked about it before. One more high ground tower left. You see the Tyrant there lying in wait as N19 reset on the map.
Yeah, but they are ready to take this Tyrant at ease, and Odd One just getting a little bit more of the laning control, as you mentioned. Lanes pushing down into the base of N19, and nobody has the vision on the map right now. They can't even go out of their base. They have to be ready for another team fight that might just be the time for their demise.
Ooh, B tier mid up at the front there does connect on to the 3 members. The 4 members now dive underneath the tower. You do see the unending sorrow already expended for a NAKA, but not able to save. Oh, a little bit. I think we're in the future there. BYL that seems to have won this in the future. But now as we get back into the match, you can see BYL trying to close the distance, trying to make that future a reality. We do have the unending sorrow coming out there as N19 scouring for their base, looking for a way to defend here. Big pop-up lands onto 3 members there down. Unending sorrow again out there for a NAKA, looking for an escape, gets taken down. Potentially Pigwin, Ford, 2 down for the side of N19 as BYL try to keep these minions, try to keep these lanes pushing. Oh, they're actually able to turn it around here. B tier mid actually in chase here onto 27. The rest of a NAKA and B tier mid looking to try to chase, but not able to, as they have to answer these minions starting to crash at their open core.
Yeah, looks like there is light at the end of the tunnel for N19. That reality is going to have to wait. Right now, they were able to clear up the minions and have another round of team fight to potentially make a comeback for themselves.
Yeah, N19, he's sitting here saying, how dare you count all of our ducks before this game is over. The fat lady has not sung just yet on us. We're going to try to get the advantage here. They're starting to clear up these lanes, but we've been talking about this before. Now, with no high ground towers, you've got empowered minions coming down to these lanes, which kind of limit the engagement time that N19 have even more, to the point here that they have to answer these minions. Ooh, ultimate coming out is Ford able to come in onto this Neza. You can see BYL, they don't even want this Overlord. They want to bait out the fight. They want to look for an engagement here, down to 25%. They'd be able to find it here, and it's scooped up by BYL. Now turning their attention, they're going to go ahead and initiate onto N19. Oh, do they know Pigwood is here? They're looking for it. Ice diving around, and unfortunate for Pigwin was not able to find the angle that he wanted. Ice dancing in circles there to kind of lure him out. A great job there by BYL, and now N19 on the back foot here. A NAKA taking a heap of damage, is going to have to expend that unending sorrow to get away. Big flicker with the ultimate coming out from Xuan. Now pressing on to the side of N19. Are they going to be able to close this out from the backside? Ford trying to do as much as he can, taking down 25%. BYL looking to close this game up 2-1 in favor of BYL.
I mean, that now deserves a reality coming into light. Rise calling is BYL now at match point for BYL, 2-1 up against N19, almost at the 20-minute mark once again, but ultimately they were able to close it out before we even get to the Tempest Dragon.
Yeah, I think we talked about it a little bit before. The amount of damage that you had on the side of N19 seemed a little bit lacking for some of the tanky front lines that you had from BYL, the Ogren, the Fatih, the Lapu. It's just a heavy front line that you weren't able to make much out of. And especially as things started turning down, you saw, I believe there was a succubus cloaks out there as well. So you started limiting the magic, the amount that the magic damage was doing there as well. And unfortunately, even if I felt like N19 was at even playing field, which they weren't when it came to gold, even if they were at even, you would have had a hard time pressing a lot of these engagements.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens, right? Both of your support and your mage are magic damage dealers, so it's pretty easy to counter. And with their team composition, they wanted to have an early game advantage, which they were unable to secure, and ultimately that led to the downfall. But still, there are chances for both of these teams. For N19, they have proven to us that they are able to show us and give us a great game and claim victorious up against a team like BYL. So they still have one more chance and potentially two more chances in this series.
Yeah, it's potentially a game point, but I mean, we've been here before. N19 have been able to go toe-to-toe with BYL in the past. Here, I mean, a possible issue with the draft, something that they can definitely fix, and something that they've even talked about how they were able to kind of push past and be able to fix before. So I don't take that away from N19. We're gonna see if they have what it takes to kind of tie things up here against BYL, who have been so dominating. But when it's not when we're not talking about draft, I want to say the big thing that I notice is just BYL is just a machine who understands. They don't just get the lead. When they have the lead, there's so many different boxes that they are checking and doing correctly that it almost feels overwhelming. That like, what do we do to combat this? Whether it's making sure that they're pushing the lane, so there's always 3 lanes pushing in every single engagement that they go into, making sure that when they do get those kills, it's not just for kill's sake. I feel like it's a different mindset. They're never going in looking for a kill. They're going in looking for an avenue toward a tower. They're going in looking for an avenue toward a tyrant. And the kills were just a stepping stone for it. Whereas other teams, I feel like sometimes the kill is that end line goal. And then it's like, all right, what do we do now? It's like, all right, I guess we clean up some minions or something. But here, BYL it always feels like that the kill has never been the ultimate goal. It's always just like one of these things, one of these pieces that they needed to get the tower or to get some of these other objectives for them. And it's just an impressive play style that we've been seeing, and it has been doing a great job of overwhelming a lot of these teams.
I mean, that is the tournament professional esports player mindset that you need to have, right? And BYL is showing exactly that. Now, everybody watching at home, we have another giveaway for you that you will see on screen. It might be, once again, the crazy amount of quotes that you have here. So make sure you jot these down, try it out, see which one works. One of them will definitely work and give you a skin box, but it is going to be first come, first serve. So each code can only get one skin, so only the first person to unlock it will secure it. Now, it will lead you to a permanent skin, so make sure you maybe potentially screenshot this and try them out while we're waiting for the next match in this series.
I'm hoping they're screenshotting it and not trying to scribble down that code right away to try to put it in their phone there. But like I said, you go ahead, start from the front, start from the back if you can. Try to get you one of those skins. Like we said, it is a permanent skin. So congrats if you are able to walk away with one of those. But man, what an exciting series that we've seen thus far. And I'm just really excited to see how well both of these teams are. Like I said, this has been my grudge match. N19, we saw them last week, step toe-to-toe with BYL, and unfortunately N19 just came up a little bit short here. Like we said, we see those same little things. I feel like N19, when they win, it's because they had like these great things in their advantage, whether it was like this great draft, great plays in the early game, and they just absolutely overwhelmed BYL. Whereas BYL, their victories are always like as I was talking about, there's all these different things that they do well and take advantage of for the enemies. So it's been very interesting watching both of these teams play.
And let's see how N19 and BYL prepare for this potentially match point for BYL, as we see on the map Chicha and Flowborn getting banned out on the side of N19 and Long getting banned out on the side of BYL as alongside the Pay.
Yeah, N19 right now at the edge, hanging on by a hope and a prayer right now, as BYL, you said, game point here. So N19 definitely need this game, need to be able to tie things up so that they can get at least to try to get to that point, to try to get the advantage here. Big scoop up, they do get the Zhang Fei, which has been very strong. I almost feel like Zhang Fei, he's been banned so often, and when we see him out there, he hasn't had the greatest effect lately. I feel like he got used so much that people just understand his kit on a level that they expect that unbridled outburst to come out there and are all usually very much prepared for it. Ooh, there's a pick we haven't seen in a bit that we used to talk about in the first 2 weeks. The Agudo pickup, man, that was a huge thing that a lot of these teams had to be very scared of because of the domination underneath towers, the ability to really kind of like chunk down these towers without much of an answer. Here, we're going to see how BYL are going to be able to prepare for it.
But I don't know if you remember, Private, last week up against the BYL, N19 weren't able to find a single game of success pulling out this Agudo. They decided to take it in once again, give it one more shot up against BYL despite being at match point. And in response, Chain is pulling out the Channel, a very viable pick right now, and they have some late game core carries with the Nuwa and the Channel. So N19 is looking to finish off their game and at least gain an advantage early on.
Yeah, this might be a case when you're on your last leg to go with something that you're very, very comfortable with, or something that you really, really like. And you're just kind of at the point of like, all right, compositions be damned, or countering be damned. Let's just go with what I like, what I have fun on. And maybe that's where we're going with the Agudo pickup. But I mean, I can't even say that all the time because, like I said, Agudo's a great pick and it does really well until it doesn't. and then you have an issue with trying to get underneath the towers. We've seen a lot of those counters come out in the form of like a Hano pickup where you can reset the towers so that once you put all of this effort, all of these resources into taking down a tower, then it gets reset and you're back to ground zero. Here we do see the footsie taken off the board, followed by the Yang Jian taken down. BYL have taken down the Byron, and it looks like the Mai Shiranui.
Yeah, I mean, right now, the reason why Agudo was picked out, right? I mean, they don't have Hino open available because the new one's already picked out, right? So this pitting it out on the third pick is not a bad choice. So we'll just have to see how it's executed. I think this week so far, this is the first Agudo game, right? Maybe the teams know something that we don't. And right now, I'm excited to see her coming back into the scene.
Yeah, one thing here though is the Guan Yu pickup. I almost kind of really like this pickup, especially because a lot of the composition when you have an Agudo on your team, the pressure you want to exert is underneath the tower. You want to get underneath there and take it down. And with the Guan Yu, you really punish people for really being out of position by pushing them even more out of position. So if you're underneath the tower trying to take it down, Guan Yu pushes you even more back into enemy territory to where you might be at a huge disadvantage. Penguin gonna go ahead and scoop up this Haya pickup, which I haven't seen in a while, just because I want to say, like, it's one of those pickups that as soon as you get that ultimate, you really need to be able to utilize it to be able to kind of find some of those pickoffs. And unfortunately, we just have not seen it be successful in some of the later points here in the NAKA tournament.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. With the side of N19, they are looking at an early to mid game composition. I mean, even Arlie falls off a little bit just in the late game, and Chano is a great counter for Arlie, right? So they do need to kind of secure that early game, not really snowball, but they need to at least play the macro game, right, for the setup in 19 in order to have a chance up against BYL. And now with BYL's draft is very balanced as well. They have a lot of damage towards the late game, and we know from the last game that they're able to get to the late game. So now the draft and the game has started. Private, let's see what we're looking at.
Yeah, all on the line for N19, fighting for their survival here at the top brackets of the NAKA tournament. You can see a little bit of a pressure. Oh, almost 3 members there at mid there. But Pigwin, I mean, the great thing about this Haya pickup is look at how quickly you're able to clean up the mid lane and get that rotation. Now you're going to be able to hopefully be a nuisance at the bottom, maybe even get yourself a free kill if you can with that early rotation. But I want to say BYL do a great job. They clear mid, they make sure that they don't linger out there too long, put themselves into harm's way. Pigwin dancing back and forth, looking for an angle to kind of come in here, does put some damage onto Schwan, onto this Lapu, a little bit of a stun there. Lee comes in, Ice looking for a bit of a push, finds it, but no worse for wear is either of these teams.
Yeah, and also for Ice, he's doing really well in providing vision for his team as well, just camping there in the mid lane, knowing that Pigwin is down into the other taking down really low, Private.
Yeah, Yaka, super low. He's just kind of, he flashed the bottom out of nowhere. Yaka, last time we saw him was like at full health. Now suddenly he's like at 10%. Oh, putting on the damage. Are we going to see a flash coming in? Is that going to be enough? Kevin, big teleport coming down here, looking for the kill. Kevin actually might be in trouble. Bit off more than he can chew. And down he goes, courtesy of Ice on this Nua.
Yeah, he kind of overstayed his welcome, right? A little bit greedy there and aggressive, knowing that you have something like the new one who's able to teleport so quickly and rotate and to help the team out. So looking at that, it's putting Kevin just slightly behind.
Yeah, that is unfortunate for him. Great vision and great understanding, presence of mind by Ice to read that on the map, understand, okay, he's overdrawn there. We can go ahead, teleport in and find that kill. And that, man, a great job baiting that out as well. You can see here, B tier mid juking it out with Jewishing, looking for, oh, comes in there, bit of a push there. And both of them duking it out up at top.
I do have to point out, I think B-tier mid is playing a better game today. He's not as tilted, because yesterday we talked about how tilted he was, but look at that, finally in the pitch.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about. When you have that Haya pickup, when you get that ultimate, you need to be utilizing it. And immediately dives on the Ice, takes it to the dimension, and able to close her eyes, at least for a few seconds there. 1-1 apiece, N19 now. Actually doing a little bit better when it comes to the farming, probably courtesy of Ferd on this Agudo pickup.
Yeah, but we still haven't seen Agudo kind of rotate across the map and utilizing the mobility that she has. But she's not the most tanky jungler, but her advantage lies into being able to clear objectives really quickly and push down towers, right? But now, looking like both junglers are up in the top lane.
Yeah, and I mean, both teams doing a good. It feels like we have a great appreciation for each other's damage, for what we can get with some of these ganks right now. Both teams are still very even on the boards. Only about an 800 gold lead by N19. That keeps on fluctuating. Both of these teams not really getting themselves out or into some of these hairy situations. The only thing though is like we haven't seen Ford yet able to really push onto these towers. We got the objectives coming up in about 4 seconds. So we're going to see where some of these team fighting compositions lie.
Yeah, I mean, with Bird, right, he wants to be able to put pressure onto the lane and help his team out with the macro. And right now, it looks like he might be able to get the counter.
Ooh, he was able to get it, but Ice was doing a great job kind of reading that out. Almost stole it with the Annihilation Laser. I do like the team up there coming from N19. As soon as Ferd went in, immediately backing off 27, you saw that Yaka on that Zhang Fei came in, immediately pounced on him to give him that shield, and to really it was a great play to kind of help these little, not exactly a wombo combo, but these little aids that you have there. Teleport coming down there as well. Ooh, on the wrong end end of a teleport again. Kevin gets surprised. Ice finding the kill there, and unfortunately no answer from the side of N19 just yet. Big pop-up comes in, followed by an annihilation there. Ayaka not able to fend off as Pigwin comes in looking for the damage. I don't think they have an ultimate just yet to be able to kind of expend from the back end underneath the tower, looking for an engagement. Ayaka able to find their maker. They're able to dish it out. Ayaka, before he dies, able to dish out some damage. Oh, Jing able to find and escape. What a push coming out from Ice.
Oh my god, this Ice is just doing God's work on the map and really making being a presence of annoyance for the side of N19. She's always there. Her reach with her spell kit and able to utilize it and maximize her abilities is just playing at an immaculate level, right? But Arlie is able to take down the bot lane, which is not having the best time. We see the strategy coming up from BYL, right? They're really targeting down Kevin.
Yeah, they're really trying to target down Kevin, but the one thing that N19 has been doing very well that we haven't seen in some of the past games is their macro. They're keeping up their gold pace here. They actually might have gotten the Guan Yu. You can see Xie Wishing here trying to force his way on a 2-4 and chasing him down underneath the jungle, able to find the kill there. Down goes Ice though on the backside. He might have gone a little bit too deep. His team followed a little too far and actually found themselves in an engagement with N19 and able to reply in kind with a kill of their own. 4-4 apiece. And I want to say N19 not doing a terrible job when it comes to kind of trying to answer a lot of these kills back. They're not allowing BYL the advantage that we usually see, where they get a kill and they're able to invade the jungle and really like take apart a lot of their farm. Here, N19 doing a great job of kind of like pushing them out. Every single time they get a kill, they answer with one of their own to kind of keep things at an even tilt.
Yeah, I mean, they are one tower ahead against BYL, despite their towers being still quite low. Now 4 men in the mid lane looking to cook something up here.
Yeah, you see B-tier mid coming in to the bottom bush there, now looking for an angle. They're doing a great job of trying to protect some of these towers and not giving up that same macro, not giving up those same objectives that they usually do. Still, I want to say they haven't really gone for as many objectives. They're still kind of being held back when it comes to some of the advantages that N19 gets. They aren't really able to transition those into objectives their own, but I want to say they've done a good job of stopping the ship from getting these leaks that it usually does that add up at the end of the game.
And that's already progress made on the side of N19, right? They're showing that they're improving and learning from their mistakes every game, and now looking to push down that tower, but unable to connect.
Yeah, and that's another thing too, that that's just another aspect of the game that N19 need to start enforcing a little bit better, is the ability to push on these towers, to find these advantages that they need, that BYL is always able to do so well. You see here from the back end there, a little bit of an escape. Ooh, Zhuan coming in from the back end, not able quite yet to find the engagement that he wanted. Both teams looking to try to latch on to this Tyrant. Now 50%, looking to, I think there's going to be an engagement right after this. You can tell, you see how tight these teams are. Oh, a great pickup there by Pigwin. Now N19 possibly looking to enforce their will. In comes the unbridled outburst. Ayaka lands it onto one member. Pigwin doing a great job. Ooh, putting on the damage. He's going to be able to take him down. 27, very low, taken out. The rest of the team laying in wait, and unfortunate for BYL. Here comes a Xie Wishing, comes in there with a great push, but not able to answer in reply. N19 grabbed the Tyrant, and a great pickup there by Pig. That was all by Pigwin too, but on the high, grabs the Tyrant, then snatches up one of the enemies in the ultimate, allowing N19 to kind of gather around and wait, and then they just, as soon as 27 respawned out from that dimension, they just put the boots in.
Yeah, I mean, we gotta give the spotlight to Pigwin and to Kevin, right? For both, for all throughout the day, they are carrying their team on their back and really and helping their team stay relevant and stay in this game. Now looking at about a 3K gold lead in favor of N19, they're actually executing their draft pretty well and having an advantage on the map vision as well, apart from just getting the objectives.
Yeah, the interesting thing to me too is that I really almost feel like it's kind of crazy, but Ford hasn't really I mean, we've been using him when it comes to a lot of these objectives here as well, but now we're gonna have a little bit of engagement here onto the Tyrant, looking for BYL, looking for the steal if they can, down to 10%, they're looking for an enable, and they are able to scoop up the Tyrant, now trying to turn this fight around, looking to see if they can try to find a kill of their own. Down goes 27 and 19. Give up the Tyrant, but find a kill on to the enemy jungler as well as Juan. So that's going to be a roam down for the count. Now looking to put the damage on to this mid tower, but they don't have the minions.
Yeah, but unfortunately it's not able to open up the map just more for the side of N19. They're desperately looking to take down that mid tower, but the amount of damage and fear that Nuwa has at this point in the game is just unmatched.
Yeah, as you get later and later, Ice is going to become more and more dangerous, and it's crazy to say, especially with how well Ice has been at the beginning of this game, with those teleports, with those annihilation lasers, and to say something like that with how well they've done. As they come in, B tier mid able to scoop up that Overlord. Ice was even coming in with a teleport, hoping to be able to find themselves a little bit of a sneak in there as well. Able to turn it around. Penguin actually goes down, but they answer quickly, getting a kill onto Shing from the back end. A big cavalry charge coming in from Jay Wishing, pushing the members underneath the tower. They're able to answer back quickly. Down goes Jay Wishing, now running for the hills. BYL not even able to escape from their tower. 3 down for BYL as N19, actually 3 down for them as well. So it's kind of tied up there, but N19 with a firm lead, able to invade enemy territory and scoop up that yummy jungle.
I mean, finally, they found a successful dive, and finally they took down the mid tower, and now with the Overlord crashing down every lane, it's opening the map more for the side of N19, and that's exactly what they're hoping for.
Yeah, and like I said, the difference is, I want to say, when you see us, even though N19, they don't really have the macro where all the lanes are kind of pushing on their side. In fact, the only reason that the lanes are kind of pushing on the side of N19 is because they got that Overlord as well. So those dragons are going to be helping them push down the lanes, but the composition is doing such a great job of keeping BYL at bay. Even underneath their towers, they're not able to find any real safe haven there, which kind of, I want to say, comes out there because of Ayaka on the Zhongfei with those unbridled outbursts, just doing a great job. But as this gets later and later, I mean, we need to start getting to a point where we are closing this up. Still have tier 2 towers on the ends of BYL. Big cavalry push onto 2 members. I don't know if the unbridled outburst comes out there to help with the disengage there. You see the pups out there for Chano. Seeing on the back end. They're trying to latch on the forward, but that actually might put him in a bad way. You see Penguin actually goes down on the high break. Big pickup there by BYL. They do find one, and they're going to go ahead, look for a... actually pushed back here. I was going to say they were looking for a disengage there. It looks like he might be in harm's way. Big push lands onto B tier mid. Big engagement pop up. B tier mid gets taken out there. Big pickup there by Xing on the backside, but replied in kind as Kevin able to find a kill onto 27. 2 down for N19. BYL looking for an engagement. Down. Kevin able to put Jay Wishing down as there are minions starting to crash at the bottom lane. 3 members of BYL do a great job of helping out the minion push here and find themselves a tier 2 tower at bottom.
Yeah, as you were saying, right, BYL, they are going for the kills, but they're going for the kills because they want to take down the tower, they want to open the map, they want to secure their objectives, and now at the tower hit reset though.
Yeah, that's a very scary there. You saw that Ayaka was coming in looking with that unbridled, hoping that he was going to be able to use the unbridled outburst there. They do reset that Tyrant there. Looks like they're looking for a fight here. Juan really not in a great position too. He's down to about 30% health, so he's not going to be able to tank too much damage there, especially from Kevin, who's been coming on a line here with the damage he's been able to output. 12-9 right now, and I feel like BYL, as the game continues, these fights are getting less and less dramatic. They're actually getting more and more dramatic because you're seeing more and more of a fight each time they engage coming out of BYL. They're starting to get their items. The games are starting to get a little bit closer when it comes to the gold lead. It's only about about a 3K gold lead for N19 at the 15-minute mark, but with the success that they had, you would expect that gold lead to be much further.
Yeah, and especially with the team coming in from BYL, they are at their late game power spikes. Ice is already doing so much in the early, and now he has her items, and she's going to be scary to take down, paired up alongside something like the Chano, who's now clearly online.
Yeah, and I feel like they're doing so. Pigwin has been doing such a great job on this Haya to kind of get in there and snatch up some of the squishier members if they can to try to take them out of the fight. Not just that, but we do have Yaka here getting caught a little bit there. No worse for wear though. He's going to kind of spin his way to safety here. And both teams, I mean, you see this big push here. BYL looking to try to enforce their will at the mid lane, but N19 doing a great job of protecting it on the backside. B-tier mid, little bit low, down to 25%, but that big unbridled outburst lands onto 3 members, giving a huge amount of shield to the side of Ayaka on N19. But BYL quickly turning their attention to the Overlord, and it looks like they're going to be able to scoop it up for free.
Yeah, scooping up for free. That's going to create pressure on the map for N19, right? Especially when their team lineup is falling off a little bit on the damage department right now. Both teams are decked out in items, but just how each team executed will be the deciding factor.
Yeah, and right now, still waiting. You still have the Overlord Dragons coming out now. That's going to put a little bit of pressure on to N19. You're going to see as well that BYL doing a great job there. Oh, they're waiting for a little bit of an engagement here, a little bit of a push there onto Ferd. Now, it does offer them having the Overlord, the Shadow Overlord out there, affords them a little bit of breathing room so they don't really have to kind of continue on. As you see this pressure starting them out. N19, they have to answer. They have to look for something. As you see these Dragons crashing at the bottom, crashing up at the top. That allows BYL some wiggle room, and I'm sure they might be able to look and be able to hit up these mid towers, maybe even breaking their way into the tier 2s. As we continue here, big fight comes out there, finding on the Ferd. Oh, look at the damage that comes out there. Ching has to actually disengage. Look at how quickly he got bursted down, got caught for a second, and immediately has to disengage. And that's just the firepower you have on the side of N19 currently. 12-9 and less than a 1K gold lead for N19.
Yeah, but still, the mid lane tower is standing strong, still looking at full health. You talked about how it could we could be looking at taking down the mid lane all the way to the inhibitor, but it looks like that's not happening. That's the top priority for the side of N19 right now.
Yeah, and N19, they realize it. They understand the priority. They understand what they need to be protecting because they clear out the mid, or they clear out the side lanes, and they immediately go back to mid. They get the objective, they immediately go back to mid. They know that BYL is trying to look for this mid, and they're doing a great job of protecting it because it really cinches in this game too as well. Now they're going to go ahead, BYL going to go ahead and look to try to pick up this Tyrant down to 25%. Yaka and his team, they do have vision, not able to stop it, and it's almost amazing that they're not able to stop it, that their N19 isn't able to do anything, because as these games keep on going out, it feels like BYL are starting to get more and more into a comfortable position here, still trying to put some damage onto this mid tower. Finally bring down the mid tower. Big pop-up lands onto 3 members from the side, and looking for an engagement. BYL does as I say that, BYL dives deep into enemy territory, still able to walk his way out there. And you can see now, even those annihilation lasers coming out from Ice on this Nua are starting to do heaps of damage.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, both teams have their core damage items ready already, and they're just looking to build a little bit more defense and sustain towards the late game, as once again we are entering the 20-minute mark, Private.
Yeah, and I feel like N19, they don't realize how far this game is starting to slip from them. You're at a point right now where you have been refused the last 2 objectives and you haven't been able to get an engagement. And I feel like right now we're at a point that these team fights are definitely in favor of BYL. They have the strength. They're pushing down N19. The only reason you haven't seen more deaths on the side of N19 is because they're doing a great job of kind of kiting away and trying to like really just poke in there, see what's going on, and then they kind of disengage again. Here, this Tempest Dragon might be a different story as it is so important for these teams to go ahead and pick up there. You do see that Pigwin and Jawishing kind of on the opposite side of the map, not really joining their teams just yet. I'm not sure how much damage Jawishing is going to be able to do there by himself, but Pigwin lying in wait. I think he's just a little bit of a decision there. Oh, you did see that Shing actually went down there. Now a little bit of an engagement there. They're going to go ahead, latch on to 27, looking for the engagement. 4 members chasing him. Are they going to be able to find him? Jawishing are getting chased down by Pigwin. On the backside, they are able to find a kill onto 27. So that's going to be 2 down for BYL. N19 in a comfortable position to be able to pick up this Tempest Dragon. But on the back end, Jawishing is going to go ahead and try to enforce his will down at the bottom. Do they see him? He's going to be able to take down. Is he going to be able to move across there? No. B tier mid sees it out at the core, so he's going to be able to kind of stop that push. Thankfully, because I feel like Jawishing was looking for an answer in the form of maybe a base push, but not able to find it.
I mean, so close. Ice almost stole the Tempest Dragon, right? But Arlie was able to secure it. And now with the Tempest Dragon in hand, they have the boost. They have the boost that they need to kind of close the gaps that they're seeing so far. But will they be able to end this game here, Private? We'll have to find out.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Tempest Dragons. Oh, Jawishing. I don't know if they know that he is on the opposite side here. So he's being very patient. He's got dragons coming. Maybe a little too patient. We don't have we're not able to do anything here just yet as BYL are kind of waiting, trying to be patient at their high ground towers. Tempest Dragons coming in at all lanes right now. N19 doing the best they can to maneuver, rotate around, pick off these towers one by one. Now putting some of their focus onto the mid lane here. You see at all towers right now, you have the Tempest or Dragons now fighting 50% at some of these high grounds. Now we have ourselves a little bit of an engagement here underneath the towers. Down goes Kevin. Looks like BYL looking for the advantage. Ford actually in a little bit of trouble getting chased down by 2 members. They do find B tier mid on the opposite side, but just like that, able to answer back and pick off Ice. BYL though has taken down 3 members of N19, and are they going to be able to push their way into enemy territory?
And that is a hefty timer you see there, right? 30 seconds until Pigwin actually responds. But it's still looking like there are breathing room for setup at 19. They weren't able to close off the game just yet with that Tempest Dragon, right? And that shows that they're lacking something towards this point of the game on their team composition, that they need to be able to find a sneaky backdoor and opening to close this game out.
Yeah, unfortunately for the side of N19, that was both of their damages. Kevin is finally back up. Pigwin's coming back up. So they are at kind of an even kill tier, 68,000 to 71. Just a little bit of a goal lead for the side of N19. But I mean, you're at the 23-minute mark. So we're looking for a good fight on either sides. I do believe we both have our items. We're going to be looking at a lot of resurrections, a lot of freezes there. B tier mid doing a great job scouting out Jawishing, letting them. Oh, we have a little bit of teleport coming out there. Push. B tier mid actually might be in a little bit of trouble there. Looking to try to put some damage onto the Nuwa, but he's surrounded by 3 members as well. Here comes the rest of the team. Nezek comes in, finds the kill onto B tier mid, who is down for the count. The rest of the team coming in, looking to help out their teammates. A resurrection inbound for Ford, and he gets taken down. 2 down for N19. BYL looking to close this up, but Pigwin Pigwin takes it into her dimension, trying to put on the damage. Actually, might be in trouble here. Now we're back out of the dimension. Resurrection is out, but down goes Haya from Pigwin. 3 down for the side of N19. BYL have turned this around. Ayaka by himself, trying to fend off, ladies and gentlemen, your winner and moving on to the grand finals, BYL.
I mean, what a great game played by both teams. N19 had the advantage early game, but ultimately they were able to close off the game and now bring us to another splendid 20-minute game and a victory on the side of BYL.
For all the doubters on there, so many people switching and changing sides for who they thought was going to win here. BYL showing that they are never completely down and out. N19 had a very firm grasp on the early game, but as it went on, as it got later and later and later, the damage coming in from Ching, the damage coming in from Ice just completely began to be this insurmountable force that N19 had to compete against.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point, right? BYL just shows that they continuously to give you the steady plays, even though early game, based on their comp, right, they have a disadvantage up against something like N19 has that has so much mobility on their side. That's why we're not able to see that many successful team fights, because N19 has the early game advantage, has the mobility on their heroes. But ultimately, towards the late game, BYL was able to secure a victory for themselves. And like you mentioned, they are able to continuously gain every possible advantage and play the game for the objectives and the macro play. They understand that this is a competition, this is a tournament, and their objective is to win and not to just get kills. So you're getting kills in order to get advantages, and BYL is showing tactical performance on how to do that.
Yeah, a great game, checking all the boxes here at the top of the North American Kings Arena as we take a look at the standings here as we wrap up this first day of these amazing playoffs there. You see BYL and N19 over Midnight Thieves and Flash Smilodin. And this final clash, we saw 3-1 in favor of BYL. BYL now will be moving to the grand finals as N19 hedge their bets against Flash Smilodin tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow we will see the losers final between Flash Smilodin and N19, and ultimately the grand final between BYL against one of these teams. Now, on top of that, tomorrow we will also have a show match with fan favorites BTK coming in, playing the new mode Superflow Brawl. So it will be very exciting tomorrow. Now, everybody make sure you check it into, mark it in your calendars. Tomorrow at 4 p.m. Central Standard Time will be our grand finals for the NAKA Season 1. Very exciting matches in your way, so definitely don't want to miss out.
Yeah, you'll even be able to see the alerts in game for the promotion here. As we said, 4 p.m. Central tomorrow for the grand finals here. It's going to be an amazing aspect of coming toward you there. You can see here the grand finals. BYL have earned themselves that first seat there. The prize pool, $2,000. Not to mention that BYL has been very comfortably collecting $1,000 after $1,000 for the last 3 weeks because of their domination here as well. You take a look there, the playoff prize pool there. Second place will also get $700 and third place will get $300 as well. Great games played by all, and this is what they've all been competing for. Like, yeah, you can see there, $1,000 for every single week there in the past that BYL has been scooping up for us. So I know they're pretty happy to be participating here now as well.
I mean, they're definitely happy. I mean, one time is 1,000, but 3 times is 3,000. And now we have another interview with 27, who probably has a lot of gold in his pocket. Hello, 27.
Yes, I'm mute already. Yes.
Well, it happens to actually be Jewishin. That should be shown here on the map. How are you doing, Jewishin? You are doing God's work in the tournament so far.
Yeah, but I'm a bit nervous today, so I didn't play that too well today.
Too well. I believe the first series, I believe you were on the Byron, a 1v4, 1v5s onto the team. Is there anything that you saw from the enemy composition that you knew would allow the Byron to be able to shine?
What do you mean the Byron? Is it like the big dragon after 20 minutes?
Oh no, the hero you were playing in the I believe the first series up against Flash Smilodon, you were playing the Byron. Mm-hmm.
Oh, the one, it's tanky one. I've put a lot of like communications with my teammates, so I asked them to get through to the places that they need to go. And then
and yeah, I mean that's you did a great job with that. Now last series, right, the second game, you guys played out a 24-minute game. What do you think was missing there that didn't allow you guys to win?
We didn't expect the ADC to take over the crystal, like our home. So we didn't expect that, because the samurai, the mid lane didn't clear the lane like too well, so that we got stolen the home.
Yeah, and you guys actually, we were talking about this. You guys are able to play the macro so well. Even when you're behind in the early game, you're still not too far off in the gold and other areas. How do you guys manage to keep that consistency?
Practice and management of like supporting our teammates to get the dragons and the birds. Is it the birds? I mean, like.
Yeah, you guys did so well, and now I mean there are some changes in the game, right? So with this current season, how do you think are there any changes that we should note of? And also the new hero Yango is there, Yuange. Have you guys practiced it, or are you guys gonna pull it out tomorrow?
I'm not sure. We need to like manage with our like teammates for like practicing, I think.
But you will be playing it because it's a Clash Lane hero, right? So are you confident on playing Yuange?
I think Yuange is not suitable for like 5-5. I think it's more suitable for like peak or ranking.
Understandable.
Yeah, that's a very challenging hero to play. Private, anything else you want to ask Jewishin? You were really glorifying him this entire.
I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of the plays that you were able to make. You really, I feel like a lot of the team's success was owed to you and your positioning and how well you played. I think a big question for me is how well, if you could place a priority on things like team composition, macro gameplay, or communication, what would you say is the most valuable out of those if you had to place rank 1 to 3?
I guess the first one would be like communications and practicing. We need to like practice more on like ranking or peak, and then start to gain our skills. Starting to gain our skills, and then second one, what three things would you say?
Composition and macro are the two ones that are left.
I think macro is the second, and then the composition the third. Yeah, the communication is the most important thing in the game, I guess.
Absolutely. And tomorrow, how confident are you to continue your domination and secure that champion title?
I think like 80%. 80% of ensure that we get the champion.
Wow, that's incredible. And anything you want to say to the fans watching you guys perform all these weeks?
Thanks for you guys for supporting us, our BYL, and then I hope that you guys will support us after all of the matches.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us. Best of luck to you guys tomorrow, and we're super excited to see how you guys perform in the grand finals.
Yeah, thank you.
Great interview with Jay Wishing there. Like we said, a great Clash laner, and I want to say very humble when it came to his play style. I felt like he did an amazing job in those first two series that he played, but maybe not up to his own level of confidence that he liked to play at. So amazing interview there too.
Yeah, I mean, we saw confidence, and he said he was a little bit anxious. So I don't know what he will bring for us when he's not anxious and is fully confident, right? So that maybe we'll see tomorrow. Very, very exciting series coming up tomorrow. Let's go look at the grand finals schedule. Up on top, private, we have Flashman versus N19, right? And then it's BTK.
Yeah, we're going to start it off with the bang there. We're going to go with the losers finals. Flash Smilodin taking on N19. That's going to be a best of 5. And then as we talked about it before, when it comes to the Super Flow Brawl mode, BTK will be gracing us with their presence to take on one of the NAKA teams here as well. The grand finals finally tomorrow will end with BYL taking on the winner of the losers final. And we find out who truly is the NAKA champion.
Yeah, I mean, we'll find out tomorrow for sure. Very exciting matchup. Flash Smilodin versus N19. We've seen that before as well. And now they really have a chance to prove that who is the best team out of those two teams. Now, very exciting matches. I'm very excited to see the show match, actually, the new mode. I hope you guys had a chance to practice that a little bit. Comment down below what are some of your favorite characters to play in the mode if you have gotten your hands on it. Your favorite skill combinations of your choice. Have you tried it? Let us know your feedback. We're excited to hear from that. Also, tomorrow, if you join on time, you'll have a chance to win an epic skin, because tomorrow we have an epic skin giveaway, so you don't want to miss out. Make sure to mark your calendars for tomorrow at 4 p.m. Central Standard Time.
Yeah, so much going on tomorrow. Epic Skin. There's new skins out right now as well. So see if you can scoop one of those up there. There's new modes, a couple of updates out there. There's so much going on with Honor of Kings. So much going on with the NAKA tournament as well. I'm so excited to be a part of it. Like we've said before, it's been an absolute honor to cast these matches. You guys, it's all on you too as well to get those thumbs up. Let your friends know. As we said, you'll even find out, even if you don't want to know. If you're playing in game, you're going to find out about it as you see it tomorrow when the games go live at 4 p.m. Central.
Yeah, you don't want to miss it. Thank you all for the ones especially who joined us all throughout the way, every single week, checking in with us. It was a pleasure to cast these games as well, and also to see these teams perform and see our community grow. So thank you so much for your support. We hope that you enjoyed the games as much as we enjoyed casting it. And next week, tomorrow is going to be a hell of a show. So make sure you tune in and see us once again at 4 p.m. Central Time. We cannot stress it enough. You'll find it in game as well. So be sure to be prepared, and we're gonna bring you a great show. So thank you guys for joining us. Super fun to be here with Private. I think we already both said our last words already. So with that being said, guys, make sure to tune in tomorrow. We'll see you then.